آخر، هي كمان يعني كلتشر، وكمان هي ثقافات وبناء علاقات وبناء تعاون مستقبلي. يعني هذه الهدف من مشاريع الإراسموس ومشاريع الأوروبية بشكل يعني عام. احنا اليوم بصدد الورشة اللي حكينا عنها، اللي هي راح تكون يعني اونلاين. ارتقينا اونلاين على اساس انه الاوروبيين اختاروا انهم يكونوا معنا اونلاين، فيش الا يعني ماريا راح تكون معنا من جامعة اليكانتي، وهي تجيد اللغة العربية. عشان هيك انا يعني مش موجود معنا هلا في اللحظة هاي إلا ماريا، وماريا هي تجيد اللغة العربية، فعشان هيك أنا تكلمت باللغة العربية. راح تكون الورشة على مدى 3 أيام. راح نحاول يعني قدر الإمكان إنه إن شاء الله تستفيدوا منها. وهي كان يعني أنتوا أخذتوا تريننج، بس التريننج اللي أخذتوه هو كان يعني قريب إلى التكنيكال. الورشة هاي إنه راح تركز على مفاهيم الفريلانسنج والريجوليشنز والايدياز تبعت الفريلانسنج أكثر وأكثر. فإن شاء الله بتكون مفيدة للجميع. وإحنا راح نعمل زي ما تفضلوا الأخوة، راح نعمل يعني ريكورد لكل الليكتشرز هاي، عشان بنعرف إنه وقتها يعني أكيد بتعارض مع كثير من الزملاء في النواحي الأكاديمية، وحتى بتعارض معنا يعني إحنا كمان. فبدنا نحاول يعني، وعشان هيك كمان يمكن كانت فرصة إنه عملناها أونلاين، على أساس إنه الزميل اللي عنده ارتباط أكاديمي بإمكانه يعني يروح على المحاضرة، برد بيرجع، وإحنا بعدين راح نعطيكم كل التسجيلات، يعني كل المحاضرات راح تكون مسجلة. فأهلا وسهلا فيكم، برحب فيكم كمان مرة، وبيسعدني إن يعني نشوفكم كلكم وجها لوجه في القريب العاجل إن شاء الله، لتعزيز مفاهيم الفريلانسنج ومفاهيم العمل عن بعد، سواء في التعاونات المستقبلية أو في العمل على مشاريع أو الخدمات. وكمان إفادة الأهم من ذلك إنه يكون هذا نهج كمان لطلابنا فيما بعد، إنه في إمكانية إيجاد فرص عمل لهم، ليس على يعني على نطاق المحلي، وإنما على نطاق دولي، من خلال المراكز اللي افتتحناها في الجامعات المشاركة معنا في المشروع. وصلتكم الأجندة ولا بتحبوا أو نعرض الأجندة في البداية؟
هم بعتوها على الواتساب جروب المفروض.
صحيح، يعني إذا بتحبوا إنه نستعرضها، نشوف يعني آرائكم إذا في أي ملاحظات عليها. يعني هي أمامكم اليوم. إحنا راح نستضيف ماريا في البداية. ماريا موجودة عندنا، هي تجيد اللغة العربية. كانت يعني هو راح تحكي تعرف عن حالها، ولكن هي راح تكون السيشن تبعها عن البراكتيكال فريلانس وركشوب هاو تو رايت يور سي في اند فايند كلاينتس. عندها خبرة، يعني درست في جامعات أردنية مع اللغة العربية، فبالتالي يعني راح تعطينا
عفوا دكتور عماد، يعني ماريا تاني يعني ماريا من إسبانيا، يعني هي مدرسة باللغة الإنجليزية، يعني ماريا لوبيز، أنا ماريبي.
سوري
عفوا
سوري.
don't worry.
تمام. will be with us Professor Maria Lubiz and Maria Perez, Department of Translation, University of Alicante. Then the second session will be a code of ethics and personal and professional skills for translators. Will be with us our Maria now, Maria Perez. And then we will have a break for lunch. And after that, we will have afternoon session, freelancing skills and career management, will setting up and running a business as a freelancer. هذه الأجندة لليوم. تقريبا المتوقع أنه ننهي 4:30. إذا في عندكم أسئلة أو تساؤلات، أو حابين يعني يكون في ملاحظات عندكم على الأجندة تبعت اليوم، بإمكانكم تتفضلوا نناقشها. إذا كل شيء تمام، بإمكاننا نبدأ في الفيرست سيشن اللي براكتيكال فريلانس. حابين تسألوا شيء على الأجندة تبعت اليوم؟ تمام، أعتقد كل شيء تمام كونه إحنا يعني لسه بنبتدئ. ف you are ready, Maria?
Maria Lopez now.
Yes, Maria Lopez.
Okay.
Yes, please. I will make.
She's not connected already. I think so.
Oh, maybe she's still not connected.
I'm sending it to her, all the things by WhatsApp also.
Okay, then we can.
Because
We can.
she has the date and the hour strictly, you know. Because I don't have any problem to start with my session, but I don't know if she has already another thing after that. So
Okay, we wait here. We will wait.
yeah, we have to wait.
Yeah, no problem. We
Because she's first at the agenda.
Yeah. We will wait. We still have 7 minutes. Then we can open discussion about to know more maybe details about the centers created by our REACH project. Do we have stuff from the centers? Who is the
Yes.
Yeah, we have Suhair from Najah Center.
No, from Birzeit.
Sorry, Suhair from Birzeit.
Niveen from Najah, Dr. Ahmad.
كيف؟
And Ala, Niveen and Ala.
صحيح.
Yes.
We have Ala with us. Yes, Ala with us. And from BBU. Okay, let's start with Ala or Niveen.
Okay, good morning, Doctor. Good morning, everybody. It's my
Morning, Ala. Please, Ala, if you kindly inform us about the progress of freelancing issues in Najah Center.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to talk to you about our freelance lab. Over the past 1 year, we started giving the students different workshops, training workshops on using the freelancing platforms. More than 200 students so far attended the training workshops. The workshops or the training course lasts for 8 practical hours, where the students are getting the needed technical support in order to submit their applications and to join the platforms, the freelance, Upwork, Mustaqil, Ba'id, and some other platforms. Also, we help the students submit their proposals for the projects presented on the websites or on the platforms. I can say that we are in need for more and more training workshops in order to raise the awareness of the freelancing and remote work across our students and the graduates. But so far, so good. More students are attending and getting more interests in this field. Inshallah, the best is yet to come. Shukran, Doctor, for your great efforts.
Thank you, Ala. Thank you, Ala, for this introduction. Maybe you can have Suhair from Birzeit to introduce your center.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We're working at the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Unit. This is our unit, the name of our unit. One of our domains that we work on is the career services. In this, we do some training for our students. We just started doing our freelancing job last year. We start to give a training for our students. We start with the English for freelancing. We start with also with the portals. Unfortunately, the second semester we didn't have the opportunity to continue because it was a short one for the student strike. And we have our plan for this semester, inshallah, to retrain our student to continue the training as we get through this workshops.
Thank you very much, Surya, for this introduction. Do we have any persons from other centers? Dr. Sadiq, we would like to say something before the open.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Yeah, in fact, we started. We have our center at IUG at the Business and Technology Incubator at the Islamic University of Gaza, and yeah, we have already a lot of success stories about the students getting enrolled online. And we have published something, in fact, in this regard about the success stories, and we will publish one for REACH project. So we have a lot of success stories, okay? And we hope as outcome of this project to have similar success story from each university, because as you know, the target is to qualify 300 graduate to work online. Okay, out of these 300, we should have some success stories about getting jobs online, and we have to show that as a KPIs for our project. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad.
Thank you very much, Sadiq. Then we back to our agenda, and again, we would like to welcome you all, and also I would like to welcome Maria Lopez. Maria, you are with us?
Yes, she is with us.
Yes.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I am. Can you hear me?
No, you are on time. You are on time.
Oh, okay, very good.
Thank you. Please, you can share your presentation.
Okay, yes, I'll try.
And also you can introduce yourself, of course. And
Thank you. Where is this? Share screen. Okay. Can you see the screen? I'll try to.
yes.
Where do I do this? Okay, yeah, this is the presentation I prepared. Well, I am a professor from the University of Alicante, and I have a thesis on non-sexist translation in the European institutions. And what I prepared for today is a practical workshop on how to write a CV, which is targeted to translation students. So there will be some parts that are more general and others that are more specific to freelance, well, to translation students who want to write their CV as freelance translators. Okay, so this is what I would this is what the class would look like. So it might be known by you, obviously, but maybe not so much to the students. Okay, so what I would start talking about the difference between being self-employed and an employee, and both pros and cons, like, for example, the irregular workflow, the benefits of working from home, and the feature which, at least in Europe, most of freelance translators are women and work part-time. And also quite interesting is the personality features that are needed to work as a freelance translator, which, as you can imagine, are whether it's someone who's prepared to work alone in the loneliness of a desk and not have a lot of contact with people. And then from the business side, this is something that we will discuss more in depth tomorrow when we talk about the rates. That where I've prepared quite of a more of a technical presentation on how to know your numbers, etc., as a self-employed translator. One thing I like to ask my students is well, what do they think is necessary as in terms of personality traits of a freelance translator, so that they know whether it's right for them or not. Do they really need more contact with people, etc.? Because, well, as I mentioned, as you can imagine, being self-employed can be very, very lonely. So once we want to start writing our translator CV as a freelance translator, we have to make loads of decisions, and we have to choose a specialization, and this is not easy for students, because they obviously they won't have a lot of experience or a specialization, but this is something that they can try to look forward to, is to become specialized, which is going to give them a competitive advantage, or at least we will help the companies to choose them over other people. With regard to, this is a list of specializations that there might be more, but in general that you can have as a freelance translator. In terms of experience, this is difficult as well for our students, because well, if very likely they don't have any, but they can do maybe stages as like traineeships and volunteering. That can also be included as experience, and it could be, I think it could be interesting for their companies that they want to work for. We're going to see an example anyway of all these on a real CV, but it's quite important to remind them that they write what they want to work as. So, like, for example, writing freelance translator quite big at the beginning of the CV, so the company knows exactly what they want to do. And then this is what we're going to discuss as well later, is to have a core CV, so like a draft CV that includes everything, and we're going to adapt it to our targets, prospective clients. Some features of your translator CV is that you have one in all your working languages. It's always updated, and the drafting and the formatting is very careful, and it's edited to perfection. You only include relevant information to that particular customer or client, and you highlight your traits that make you ideal for that position, and what is your competitive advantage. So what distinguishes you from other translators. Some key decisions you have to make are, well, for example, the format. Do you want to include a photo or civil status? I think this is a bit maybe old-fashioned. And do you place the education before or after the experience? And what are the contents that you want to include? And what is the target? Who are you going to send it to? All right. And one thing that is interesting at this very early stage of their careers is to picture themselves in, for example, 10 years time professionally, and what would they like to be doing in 10 years time. So what type of text they would like to translate or interpret, etc. In terms of the contents, the pre-selection process is very important, which is that it's when the company receives hundreds of CVs and they only have seconds to decide whether a CV is discarded or kept. And this is all that is your opportunity to stand out. And then you need to add personal and contact details, and your language combinations, what services you provide, the education, for example, only higher education, not primary school, etc. And very importantly, specialized education that can be a good addition to your CV for that particular position. And then your experience in reverse chronological order, including position, company, dates, roles, recent projects, and words a day. we'll look tomorrow at how to calculate your performance. And these I've added to recent projects IP, a mark which is intellectual property, meaning that maybe, well, as a freelance translator, you want to mention your recent projects, but you have to be careful whether they are covered by intellectual property. So how much can you tell or not about the experience you have done, or maybe you have to write it in a particular way. And then as well add the IT equipment and software that you have. There are some things you shouldn't include, like irrelevant information for that particular client. And this is where we go back to what we mentioned about having a core CV where which you edit for each particular client, and you delete some information that is not relevant for that particular position and highlight other information that is. Don't include irrelevant hobbies or unrelated work experience, and don't give too much personal information, and obviously no false information. We assume that all the information that we're going to write is real. The formatting has to be, I think sober, and we go back to our goal, which is to be pre-selected. That is our first goal. Because if we don't go past the pre-selection stage, our CV is going to the bin, right? So we need a very easy to see text that is legible, that is revised or reviewed to perfection. There's not one single error. This is very important. And is written on the language of your client, quite short, preferably one page. Obviously, if it's a student, it should really fit in one page. Good structure, because that it reflects your personality. And it could be a great idea to send it to friends, family, or maybe other classmates for review. And you can always use templates on the internet that are for free to help you with the formatting. Here we have an example from the website of a CV where you can see, it's quite well structured, and you can see, as we mentioned, next to her name, you can see what she is. And this is something that the students usually forget, is to write very clear what they are, because they have to think that the company that receives their CVs might have other vacancies as well as there might be other jobs open besides the freelance translator. And then it's very important that they know exactly what you're offering. And this, well, you can see that is quite easy to see the different sections, and it's quite a very clean formatting. So, well, it's not only about writing your CV really well, but also finding your prospective clients. So there are different types of clients for a freelance translator. And I have divided this into three, which are agencies, direct clients, and public organizations. So we have the translation agencies, then direct clients, which are companies, and then public organizations. And the three of them have different, they work in a different way. They want different things from a translator. They offer different conditions, etc. It's important to study the markets and come up with lists of companies so that you can send them your CVs. You could start with local translation agencies. It could be the most accessible type of company for surely for a student. And then, do a study of the translation agencies that are local, find out what translations they do, how they want you to apply, just really follow the instructions if you go on their websites, and if they want either an email or they want you to fill in a form, or just follow exactly the procedure. Think of your goal as to entering the markets. Obviously, your goal when you send your first CVs after finishing your degree is not the same as when you send your CV again 5 years after or 2 years after, once you've already entered the market. You might have to accept tests. I would say, well, have a maximum of words you would do. You can also offer, if they will accept it, is offer translations that you've already done instead of tests. But for an agency, for example, it's easier to correct tests that are the same text, or that they have to, that everyone does the same text is easier for them than to proofread tests of different texts that they don't know. The quality of your translation has to be extremely good. Then you can also so you can either find local translation agencies or find freelance translators vacancies. This is all done on the internet. And either way, think of, we mentioned the need of adapting the CV to the particular prospective client, and also personalize the message you send. And then also it's very interesting to write down the progress. So have a document where you write the dates, the companies that you write to, so that you, for example, don't write twice to the same company, and their replies, if there is any or not replies, etc. And then just be persistent, keep sending CVs. There will be a percentage of CVs that can be productive. And then when you do have a reply, follow the instructions, whether they are asking you for a test or more information or rates or anything in particular. Then when you have your CV and that you wrote and then you've sent it to some of these companies that you chose, but you also need to make yourself visible. And this has to be done throughout your professional life, really, which is that everyone who knows you needs to know what you do. And you can, for example, you can create a free website, add your name to distribution lists, directories, be a member of professional associations, take part in forums, have business cards, and then have an email signature where below your name there everyone can read that you are a freelance translator and what languages you do, or specializations, etc. Then, well, after writing the CV and sending it to the prospective clients, and then you finally get a project, and then you want to keep your good clients, not the bad clients, obviously. So why is it interesting to keep good clients is because you want to monetize the effort you made finding them, and you can build a relationship where you know what they want, you know what type of text they send you, and you can be more efficient. You can offer them a bit better quality. You can learn their terminology, expectations, and you don't have to keep finding new clients. This is more time that you can spend earning money, and very importantly, you can trust they will pay, because this is a risk that you take every time you send CVs and you work with new clients. You worry, will they pay you? And well, I'd like to ask the students at this point to ask any other reasons that they think there are to keeping good clients. And also, it is important to learn to say no to projects or clients. And then I would also ask them in which situations would they say no to a project or a client, whether it's because of financial reasons or time-wise or reference. They have bad references of a company, or there maybe even well, maybe even is ideological reasons, etc. then, well, this is a bit more going into what we'll see tomorrow, but it's very important to, once you start working as a translator, to run as a business, because, well, you're not an employee, you are like a micro company. It is quite interesting that to think that, is it your what's your main goal? Is your main goal your client satisfaction or to earn money? And I'd like to have a debate here as well, because well, everyone has an opinion about this, obviously. And you will still have to keep finding new clients for life. You can't you can't depend on a few clients. It's quite risky. If they fail, you have nothing left. It's very important to train continuously, to keep your account, and to have a very updated account of who's paying you and when, etc. It's interesting as well to keep in contact with our professionals, and to have good infrastructure, which is, as we'll see tomorrow, it will make you, well, you can earn more money if you have if your performance can be higher. Manage time, and will never relax, in the sense of that you will have to keep your CV updated continuously, and keep trying to find new clients. Then, as a professional freelancer, well, you will have to be practical. Think of quality as not as only as a text, but also as the service that you provide, and always make the clients think that they're your best clients. Like, treat them really well. This would be a quality service. Ask any doubts you have, and, well, this is all that is included in a good quality translation, right? Review and be on time. Try to get feedback. This is can be more or less difficult depending on what company you work for. For example, an international institution is more likely to give you feedback than local agency. But you do, you have one piece of feedback, which is whether they come back to you or not. But it might not be enough. You might want to ask for example, can you ask for the final versions of your translations after the client has corrected it, etc. So you can learn exactly what changes they've made. And well, about the rates, we're gonna see tomorrow anyway. But some questions that we can think of is, first of all, as we mentioned, think as a business. So your rates aren't just salary. There are some expenses that need to come from them. And how much you want to earn, and is it possible if you take into account your performance, the days of the year, and the market, etc. And then, well, I've come to the end of my presentation, and then what I would do is in class is that some ideas would be to write their CVs, check each other's CVs for spelling, formatting, etc. Try to find local clients in class, or bring a human resources officer from a translation company, or someone from a translation company who can give them the insights of the market on what do translation companies, what are they looking for in freelance translators. And then as an exercise, I'm not sure how can I share this with you. I had an exercise which is a vacancy, a real vacancy for a freelance translator on one hand, and on the other hand, there's a CV that, and the exercise consists of adapting that CV to this particular position. And I'm not sure how could I share it with you. And well, this is the end of my presentation. If I'd be happy to answer any questions about this. Oh, sorry. This is both files are available here. If you can scan this or write the the link, then you can download the two files, which is the CV on one hand and the vacancy on the other hand, and it's quite an interesting, in my opinion, quite an interesting exercise for students to adapt the CV to the vacancy so that they can actually highlight the specific requirements of the vacancy, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this important presentation, how to write your CV. Maria Beer, you would like to add something, or you?
Oh, did you ask me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I think this is more or less. If you want to download this and have a look at these files, or maybe I don't know if I can send them, maybe.
Okay. Because we still have a time.
Can I please have a question? Can I please ask?
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, of course.
You can open a discussion and questions.
It's Amna from the IUG, the Islamic University of Gaza. Here according to what you said about like being visible as a freelance translator, and actually, like my experience as a freelancer, most of the companies, like in terms of like getting more clients here, most of the companies, as you said, they have this like the information might be disclosed, or there's no much freedom on sharing like details about like previous experience I have done as a translator. And also like the names of the translators not always added to their works. So I think this is a problem for us as translators. We need to be visible to get like more clients. And so what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. I have been a freelance translator for 20 years myself, and well, besides the books, which there some areas you can see your name on, like for example, well, books or subtitles, etc. But most of it, your name is not there, and that's one thing. And the other thing is true that well, everything many times you sign contracts, confidential information contracts, etc. So you're not allowed to disclose any of the contents of the text you're translating. So I don't think as a freelance translator, if you're doing, for example, for companies or even international organizations, then where your name is not going to be visible anywhere. But I think you can still write on your CV in a way that doesn't disclose enough information, like for example, a description of what of the projects that you've done, that is not it's just general and vague enough so that it doesn't give you any problems. I think, I don't know if you agree that that there is always a way of writing a very short sentence on your experience of for a particular company, without naming obviously the company and not being too specific, but at least to say at least the languages and the fields. No.
Yes, thank you. But like, do you think that the centers or the companies like appreciate the work of translators like less than others? Because for example, like, do you think it's practical to, for example, give advice or give awareness for the companies of the importance and of appreciating the translators' work?
Yeah, I think it's very important, and now I don't think they appreciate the translators at all. Only now, just only like elite translators, right, who are maybe literary, etc. But most of them were not appreciated at all, and I think the way we work doesn't help really, like working from home, not being visible as well, and our rates are usually quite low, and I think you can tell how little they appreciate by the way they treat us now, with the rates and the timelines they give us, and then they give no information on when they send us a project, etc. So I think that's one of the things that students should know about the profession before they start. I don't know if you agree. How can you change that? And I think one way is associations. That I don't know whether you agree that you could start changing the way it works by putting pressure through the associations.
Sounds a good idea. Thank you.
In fact, Mary, you talked something about not the text only. You mentioned something about the quality of the service. Could you please talk about the dimensions we should care about in terms of quality for the translator?
Yes. Do you mean about the service as a translation as a service? Yeah. I think this is something that students don't think of, right? Maybe when they think of working as a translator, that quality is also the service, and it means what is their relationship? I think with relationship with the client, and it's the seriousness that you work with, respecting the timeline, and I think that is really the service you give. And for example, I think even asking for feedback could be included, and asking for doubts, and preparing a glossary, etc. The most visible part would be the contact, the relationship with your client, the way you write your messages, and how you relate to your clients.
Thank you.
Yes, Maria. And for the other, I think that maybe it's gonna be the second one of my the sessions that I have. I want to speak about that, about the code of ethics or code of conduct. Is like more to have that in mind, maybe that kind of the relationship, and also you have the faithful of the translation or not. So there are some topics that maybe in the next session tomorrow I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah, okay. No, I think that's what I would either be included in the quality of the translation as a product, or where I mentioned before of as a freelance translator, then just be open to not accepting projects for any reasons, which could be ethical reasons that you will talk about with Professor Pérez Mateo. Is this something that you would do in class as well? Write CVs with your students? Okay, I didn't hear you. So if you want to have a look at this, I don't know if we still got time. If you want to have a look at the exercise that I suggested.
Yeah, please. We have a time still.
Okay. Can you download it from this link? Is it possible? or should I send it to?
You can.
Chat, maybe. Maybe
I-
share with the chat.
Mariví, do you have it from? Can you send it to the email, please?
Yeah. I'll do it. All the people here. So I think Fadia has already all the documents because I don't have all the people together in the same email. So I sent to you if you can share with all the people because I don't have exactly all the emails. Right.
Yes, you can put on the chat. You can write on the chat.
Okay.
Okay,
I can share it as well. I got it
so
on
Maria
screen.
also okay.
Let me see if I can.
Okay, now I'm gonna try also.
I don't know if I can share two screens at once. Not sure.
We can share from
Oh
here.
yeah, here. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So this would be an exercise which is quite interesting in my opinion because on one hand, well, I think that adapting someone else's CVs is harder. I don't know what you think than writing your own. But we're not only going to format it. Obviously, this, as you can see here on the left, this CV is not being formatted. It needs a bit more of a design. And then, but it's not only that, but we actually have to adapt it to this particular vacancy on the right hand side. So first of all, one of the things that we notice on the CV, besides, as we mentioned, the formatting is a bit too plain. I don't know if you agree.
عند مكان الاستهداف وعلى ما يبدو ان الاستهداف استهدف سياره وربما بعض.
Sorry. Okay. So should I continue?
Yes, I think so. It was
Okay. Okay. Thanks. So what is the thing that, for example, here on this, it's a fake CV with fake address, and as you can see, the email is not right, etc. We're not interested in that. But what is there anything that shocks you from the beginning? Some information that is missing. What would you say that is missing at the beginning? Is when you look at it, what is the first thing you see? if you look at this, the document on the left, what is the first thing that you see? The first bit of text or information.
Freelance.
Is that where?
No? You know
On
the word.
The left one. Can you see both texts? Right?
No, only one.
Huh?
Only one.
Oh, you can only see one?
Yes, freelance translator linguistics.
Oh, I see. Why can you not see the other one? That's a bit weird. 1 minute. I thought you could see both. I've got both open on my computer.
Share your entire screen so that we can see your entire screen, not the file.
Sorry, I'm gonna stop doing this. Do this. I'm gonna do something else, I think. All right, I think I can do it like this. Try again. Share. Can you see both now? It's left and right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's just it's not ideal, but so we have on the left, it's the CV of a translator, and on the right hand side is an offer for our translator, and we want to adapt the CV on the left to the particular specific position on the right. Okay, so the first thing we do is if you look at the CV on the left, it's well, we're going to see the first bit anyway, but you can already see that the format is too, well, I don't know if you agree, but I think it's too plain, right? It needs a bit more formatting, although we said it should be sober and legible and professional, but it's a bit too plain, right? It's like a draft more. And we're not going to look at the details. As you can see, it's a fake street and the email is fake and everything is fake on the CV. But when you look at the CV on the left, there is something that, some information that is not there. That is, if you were in an agency looking at hundreds of CVs, you would maybe not discard this one just because that specific information that you cannot see. So if you look on the left-hand side document, what is the first thing that you can see?
About the CV?
Yes, what is the first thing? Where do your eyes go to, and what is the first information that you can see?
What job he applied for?
The what?
It's not clear what job he applied for.
It's not clear. So you see Amy Williams, and I saw that first, Amy Williams, all right? Yeah. And then my eyes went to professional summary. I don't know why, but I don't know what she is. Yeah.
She didn't give a title like for herself.
Yeah, correct. So we don't know what she is, and you can think that if you're in a company and you're evaluating CVs, but maybe you have several positions open or several projects open. There's a project for designing the logo, for example, and then a project for translating, because you want more translators, etc. And then and then you have hundreds of CVs and you're tired, and then you see this and they just this is discarded. I don't even know what she is. So this is one of the things that we mentioned before is they need to write somewhere very visible, same as on the right hand side. Freelance translators is what you see. Well, the same thing is just say Amy Williams, freelance translator.
Mhm.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Freelance translator. What other information would you think necessary as the title of your CV?
You can even add which languages do you
Yeah,
prefer?
language is very important. Adding the languages because, well, it's not the same that you do, you know, like she does English to Chinese, and they're looking for an English Chinese translator. So if they see freelance simplify Chinese into English translator, and now as well, if you remember that I suggested adapting your CV to the position. So you have your core CV with all the information, and that every time there's an opportunity, you're going to adapt it to a particular project. And in this case, what if she actually copied the title? What do you think? On the offer. So she actually said Amy Williams, freelance translator / linguist, simplified Chinese into English.
No, not exactly. If it was for me, I would write the name, Amy Williams, freelance translator, Chinese, English.
All right. Well, I think
You don't have
simplified
to
Chinese
put all
is
the title
standard
that you have on the announcement. You don't have
All
to
right.
write it all.
Okay. Well, but I think it's good to have exactly what they're looking for. Do you know what I mean? So
Okay,
but I think
but
simplified Chinese
I will
is
be writing a translator,
yeah.
Chinese to English. You don't have to write the linguistic. It should, yani, as I am as a translator, then linguistic is embedded in that.
Yeah. Well, do you know why it's funny? Because recently, for my experience, I worked for the European Union as a freelance translator for many years, and then they don't call us translators anymore. Or then it was linguists, and then all the different names that they do. But it's okay to use freelance translator, but the point is to adapt it to this project so that they read it and they see what you're exactly what we're looking for.
You're applying for.
All right, and then it's a lot of work, right? Because it's not just copying and pasting or just having a CV that you send to everyone, but it's a lot of work. But it could have. Well, I think could be more successful. All right, so then and then the next the next we have to do is to read. Well, we would read both the CV and the contents, and maybe well, we're not discussing the possibility of adding fake information, but focusing on the features that they're looking for in exactly, right, and highlighting what you have that they want. All right.
Yes.
Like, for example, are you a freelance translator with a passion for life sciences content? So if you have, maybe here we mentioned about hobbies. So if you have a hobby that is related to life sciences, then it could be relevant to add it, for example, or any specialization, or you have to think obviously as if you're doing this for your students who haven't yet even finished education, then they have to make the most of the experience they have, which is not a lot, but they need to. Their goal is to enter the market. And what else can we see here? Then another thing that is quite interesting is to do research on the company, IQVIA in this case. So we would do we can do a research on the company and see some details that can help us. For example, write the presentation letter, which is something that we didn't discuss today. And so that they can, well, they'll think that we're the right person for them. Okay. And what else are they looking for? You will work with a truly global industry. You need to meet the below criteria. All right. So they've got these bulleted points. You can see that this is the one they're looking for. So maybe you can. Well, you have native fluency in target language, spoken and written, fluency in source languages, spoken and written. So make them see all these criteria that they're looking for. Help them to see them quickly on your CV, because as we mentioned, you don't have a lot of time to sell yourself on the CV, just even less than minutes. So so once they stayed with your CV because they saw what you are and that it corresponds to what they're looking for, then if they're going to spend a few more seconds, then you might want to show that you do meet the criteria they're looking for. All right. So do you think that it is visible in this first section of the CV? For example, native fluency in target language. It says, can you see, it says skills, fluent in Mandarin Chinese. And what do you think it's missing here?
Give us just 2 minutes to check both documents, because we already have it on our WhatsApp group.
You have the documents?
Yeah.
Oh, very good, very good.
So
Yeah,
just
it
give
was a
us
bit
2
longer.
minutes to check.
Okay. So you can see here the first two requirements are native fluency in target language, fluency in source language. So what is the target language that they're looking for?
Wait.
What are the source and the target languages that they want this company?
Scientific, because they talk about scientific content.
But no, but what is, well, I'm here, when it says the below criteria and there's bullets and it says native fluency in target language. Yeah. And the target language is English, right?
Chinese, English.
Chinese into English. So Chinese is the source language, and
they're gonna translate to.
English is the target language.
The main, yeah.
And native fluency in target language, but it doesn't say, Amy doesn't say that she's got native fluency in target language, right? So I think she should add this.
English,
right? Native.
Yes.
If she says native or almost native, at least fluent in. She forgot to write fluent in English.
Yes.
Yeah. Or native or fluent, but you can't take for granted that, because they don't know where you were born or what language you spoke when as a child.
Mother tongue language.
You have to add it. All right. Even if it sounds silly, the students, they think, in my case, where they're Spanish and they forgot to say that they're fluent in Spanish, but they should say native fluency in Spanish. All right, because they're competing with other people. So this is something that she forgot, right? To say native fluency in English, and then fluency in source language, spoken and written. Right? I think this is quite well expressed here, right? Fluent in Mandarin Chinese, etc. There is a maybe it's a difference between Mandarin Chinese and simplified Chinese, but we won't enter into that. Then at least 1 year experience translating, reviewing, and editing life sciences content, including clinical trial documents. And maybe it could be below in work experience, but perhaps she could add it to skills, no, or highlights maybe.
Yeah, because she puts only scientific terminology.
Yeah.
And maybe she had to underline you know, maybe to.
Yeah, I think she could say highlights and then add
Yeah.
this. It could be in a different order, maybe. So it doesn't look like copy and paste, but they want 1 year experience.
She can write that on like in the skills. She wrote experience with several computer programs. She can write the years for how long she was experienced.
Correct. Yeah.
And
It
she
could
also
be,
can write,
you know, it could be volunteer experience.
yeah.
Or it doesn't have to be, they don't ask for paid for. So I think that this is something that the students should start doing, really, is to have acquire experience, even volunteering for charities or doing traineeships, etc. Because this could be added to their CVs. Then university degree in translation or linguistics, and at least 2 years of translation experience, or no university degree and at least 5 years of translation experience. Is very specific. So you either have a degree and then you need less experience. This is, as you can see, there's a difference between translation experience and specific translation experience regarding life sciences. Okay, but she doesn't say that she has a degree either.
No, she said she wrote it on the education.
Yeah, but it's too far away.
Certificate translator.
It's too far away. Do you agree that that I don't know if it's 2 pages, but why not have it here, highlights, and have it here all together, exactly what they're looking for? Because she has a degree, so why not adding it here, right?
Yes.
And making it easier because
it should be.
You're fighting against time, and then if you lose their interest 1 second, and then you're out, and then the CV it would be forgotten forever. So it's quite intense. It's really. So then is be able to work according to tight deadlines and independently is a must. Why? Why not adding as a skill? What, for example, this last skill that she has, I think this could go with extremely precise and dedicated. That is very similar to the skill, right? Of work independently and to tight deadlines, which is obvious for a translator. Obviously, all our deadlines are tight, and we have to work with them. But they want reassurance, so why not just write it as well? And her last skill, where she says comfortable with both verbal and written communication, including preparing and giving presentations. This is not interesting, is it?
She said comfortable anyway.
But it's not, they don't want this. They're not looking for this. You don't have to give any presentation as a translator. Do you think that this should be added or deleted?
In my opinion, it's gonna be better, I think, a cover letter.
Yeah, but for what? If they don't, as a freelance translator, you'll never have to give a presentation. So it's like if you say that you're very good at, I don't know, designing logos or something that is just completely irrelevant. And I think it's directing the focus away from what you want, really, freelance translator, and just focus on what they want exactly. Okay. And experience with translation management systems and CAT tools is a must. So this is all these are criteria that you have to meet. And well, maybe I don't know whether she does have experience with CAT tools, computer-assisted translation tools, right? But she doesn't say it. And Microsoft Office is not what they want. I think that they take it for granted. They want a translation tool. So that I don't know what ACE translator is. Maybe it is one of one CAT tool, but but I think it should be on this list of skills as well. And then prior experience as a translator with a translation and localization company is desirable yet not essential. And then I think she forgot to write about her experience in the skills, right?
That's the one that they asked for, even.
Yeah. So and this is quite a hard work to adapt your CV to each
To the application, to the announcement.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of hard work, but if it can get you if it can get you in, which is what you need at this stage, what you want is to,
yes,
first of all, to go to the next stage and be contacted for either a test or the project itself, and have the opportunity to do the first project for the company, which is it's a bit more decisive. Although as a freelance translator, every translation you do is the decisive one. So no matter how good you've been or you've worked for years and years and years, if you have a bad translation, then one day the clients might not be loyal to you, and then just go to someone else. But in this occasion, you want to your goal is to go to the next step, really. So let me see, how can I go down on this? Is there any more text below the right-hand text? No, that's it, no? Work experience. Okay, I think I'm gonna open only her CV now. If I can. Okay, so you do have the offer open, okay? But I'm gonna show here only her CV. So after she has her structure is, she has her personal details, then she has a paragraph. She forgot, as we mentioned, she forgot to have a title of what her profession is. What is your opinion on, well, we also already have discussed the skills or highlights that she should add to adapt her CV to this particular offer. What is your opinion on this paragraph, professional summary? What do you think of the content, the format? Do you think that the person in the company is going to read this?
No.
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 So it's easier to see the bullet points, right? Isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes.
It's a lot easier to see this. This information is very, look, she actually says years of experience working in professional scientific communities is exactly what they're looking for, but in a bullet point, they would see it before. And one detail that she's missing is how many years.
Yes.
Because they wanted 2 or 5 or whatever, and why not just be specific about? Anyway, it's not a secret. She does explain all that the work she's done before. So just she would need to add how many years and have maybe join this paragraph with the bullets at the underneath and have one list of highlights.
Even the professional summary is too long, I think.
This is what we're discussing. It's too long and it's too much text. Yes. And as an HR officer, I don't have time to read this.
She can get some information out of it to be in bullets, like in this.
Correct.
Or in the experience.
Like for example, so for example, say I don't know, 5 years of experience, something like this. No?
Yes.
And this is
Because they're asking for 1 year. They mean at least 1 year.
yeah. So if you have 5, then you've met all the criteria that they
You will be
wanted.
in the domain, right?
Right, and then obviously one thing is the content, and another thing is not just the format, but how you write it. We mentioned that it has to be perfect, faultless, and there's no, I don't see any typos or anything. It's very good, but I don't really know what she means by dedicated. What do you mean by dedicated?
That means that she experienced English translator.
I think it's a bit of a very don't know if personal, dedicated, meaning that she's I think she's trying to use a positive professional adjective. Maybe
it refers to like hard work and meeting deadlines and so on.
Yeah, dedicado in Spanish. I don't know whether you think this is my personal opinion is I never understood writing professional translator because, well, she is a professional anyway, but right, because it's her job, and it's not as if there's translators and professional translators. No, we're all translators, but I'm not sure what she's trying to express with this adjective. I think it would be interesting to use an adjective that they use in the offer. All right. And what do you think about this? Exceptionally accurate translation skills. What is your opinion on this?
I think it is still broad. I think she has like to elaborate what does it mean.
What do you think about she's trying to say that she's a very good translator. No, right?
But she's telling more than showing. She has to show.
Yeah, but how are you? Do you know what? If you look at their offer, they didn't say that they want a really good translator, did they?
Yes. Yes.
They take you for granted that you are a very good translator because you're a professional, you have experience. They think that if you have all the criteria that they're asking for, experience, education, that your fluency in languages, that you are obviously, it's not, it's out of the question. You are a really good translator. And they will see that in the test, maybe anyway, right? So what do you think about this? I personally, I wouldn't add it myself.
No.
No?
No.
Value adding, you mean?
What?
Non-value adding. It's not adding any value.
I don't think it has any value. No, I think it's a bit strange, if anything. No.
Yeah.
Exceptionally accurate translation skills. Well, I am a look. If I've been working 5 years as a translator, I must be good.
Yes.
I think, and I have all the education that I need, etc., including simultaneous translation between all parties during teleconferences and in-person meetings. Well, it's interpreting, right? Not translation, but
they didn't ask for that. They
didn't want that. Should we keep it, or it's not as a highlight, is it really? So the highlights would be when I write this, what they wanted.
Yes.
So
maybe this is skills and not they are the professional summary.
Yeah, or yeah, I don't know about professional summary anyway, but highlights or skills is good as well. But if you want to highlight what they want or anything else that you think it could be of added value to what they're looking for, that company in particular, right? So maybe we could delete this, right? If you do you agree? This could be interesting. If you have experience as an interpreter, maybe you can add it as it's quite related anyway, especially if it's scientific in this case, but it could be added in the list of experience, professional experience, but it's not highlighted because it's not something they're looking for.
Yes.
Diverse translation work, including proprietary scientific materials. This is good. Scientific is what they're looking for. And large-scale executive organization documents. Diverse translation work. Okay, maybe we could add this to the previous sentence above. No? It's more of an explanation of. Do you think?
Yeah.
Consistently relied upon for verification and correction of translated materials. Well, she means that she has good clients that keep coming back, right? Oh, correction. This is a new skill that she has, no? But I'm not sure about the consistently relied upon. What do you think? I think maybe she could say that she has experience. How many years, no? Of experience.
Yeah. This should be included in it. If you are a good translator, this should be included in.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have to write it down.
Yeah, but if you have been correcting,
yeah,
that is maybe another skill that is good for this job, no?
Yes.
But
without this, maybe this is she's trying again to say I'm very good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then experience teaching other translators through one-on-one mentoring and professional development courses.
They do not need this one.
They don't want this. So this is it's good for the experience. It's related to translation, right? But in the experience, it's not as a skill that they want, that they're looking for.
Yes.
I am passionate about facilitating productive cross-cultural relationships and have created extensive informational material and coursework to help colleagues understand and develop cultural sensitivity. Well, they're looking for someone passionate in life sciences, no?
And this is good. You know why? Because sometimes you will be stuck with some vocabularies in the other language that sometimes it have different meanings. If you are a good translator and have this experience with the culture, then you know exactly what these words will mean. So where is the proper place to put this vocabulary?
Yeah.
So I think
so would you leave
this
then?
Maybe she has to rewrite it, but it's good to know the culture.
Okay. And then okay, so this would be like added to the skills maybe, right? So that the person can see all these bullet points very clearly, exactly what they're looking for. And we remember we said she didn't say that she's native.
Yes.
Native fluency in English, or I don't know whether it's native or not, but fluency in English. You don't have to lie, but at least say that you're fluent in English.
Yes.
And then do you remember that we said the CAD tools were missing as well, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And,
yes.
Extremely precise and dedicated. They do mention this in the offer. Can someone read what they in the criteria that they want? They say something about this.
Maybe she wants to talk about skills like time management.
Yeah, correct. They mention that, don't they? Or time management, right? Because they say something about deadlines.
Yes.
Deadlines. So we want to. This is what they want, is extremely precise. Again, I'm a very good translator. Yeah, of course. Well, I don't know, maybe you dedicated. She likes this adjective. She used it twice now. Maybe you can leave it. All right, let's leave it, but adding they are worried about this. Maybe they had a bad experience in the past with translators not committing to the deadlines, and then we just want to reassure them that we do commit to deadlines, etc. And then the presentations, maybe it's because she has given some presentations and she could add it if she wanted, but I don't see how this relates to unless she said that she has a good relationship with the clients, or she's easy to work with or something like that. So maybe we could, is there anything missing from the bullet points in the offer that we haven't included? How we also said here at the beginning, freelance interpreter. What did we say? Do you remember? Freelance interpreter. Oh, English. Is it Chinese? Chinese English. Freelance interpreter. Translator, sorry. Right? Something like. So this is the first thing that people will say. Okay, and then the work experience. Work experience, we have it. She's decided to have education at the end, right? This is one of the decisions we mentioned. I don't know what's your opinion, whether you should have education before or after. But
if it was for me, I would write it at the beginning.
I think it depends as well on the stage of your. I would write it at the beginning as well, especially if it's a student, because they have more experience.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would definitely. I do have it at the beginning. So, yes. But I think it could be a personal decision that. So we have it at the beginning. All right, let's see what. Oh yeah, we forgot the education on the highlights. No, because they wanted. Remember
they want the certificate. Yeah,
degree in translation or something. Okay, so certificated translator in Mandarin Chinese, American Translator Association, University of Colorado. Okay. Right, I brought the hobbies I didn't want to. Oh, what is your opinion on the education? We mentioned that the formatting is just not very clear though. There has to be different levels, and I think that she's just a bit too economical with the words, perhaps, no? Because or do you think this is enough information? This is in reverse chronological order. We don't have the year of this.
Yes.
Which we need. And what yeah, what did she do there in University of Colorado?
Yes, yes, exactly. What kind of certificate do you get there?
Yeah, so she's a Bachelor of Arts in Mandarin Chinese.
What kind of certificate?
Yeah, and
like in the first one, she got a translator.
Oh, I know. I think that. Do you know what? I think that this goes with this. I think because. I think that it goes together.
Okay.
Perhaps.
No,
yeah. So she did. No.
American Translator Association.
Yeah, it goes with this, no? Is this American Translator Association is ATA?
Okay. This goes with this, right?
Yeah, so it goes with this. I think.
With bachelor, it goes with the Colorado City.
Yeah. So she's got the degree in Mandarin Chinese.
What do you think if I read it? If I am the one who gonna read this CV and see that she has a Bachelor of Art in Mandarin Chinese, I will know that her tongue language is Chinese. This is my conclusion.
No, but she studied in America, so I don't know. Maybe she's American. We have to believe what she says. If she says here native in either English or Chinese, we have to. What can we do? We have to think that all the information is true. So this is the education. well, maybe she could have done some more courses or something, but anyway, it's one. She has the certificate of as a translator.
She meets what they ask for.
So yeah, I think it's good, right? So we have the education here.
Yeah.
But we've highlighted anyway. Do you know, I think that this should be highlighted as well.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes.
Because she has a degree in Chinese, really.
Yes.
So we can add this here. So yeah, okay. Maybe separate or something. And then we got with the work experience. Work experience. Well, I'd like to know whether it's freelance
Where she
or not.
works. She didn't mention the place of work. Here, the place where she
But
works.
it might be protected by copyright laws or something.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Oh, but she can describe what type of company, though.
Yes.
No? Type of company.
Yes.
I think it's interesting. Maybe if it's a
She has
vague description, but I need to know whether she was in-house or freelance.
Yes.
Because I think it's interesting knowing.
Yes.
And then these are her roles, right? Translate, written between English and Mandarin Chinese. Maybe she could add the languages here. On-call translator for teleconferences. She keeps talking about interpreting as translation. I think that is a bit worrying. Mentor intern translators. It looks good. I hope that there's going to be more scientific experience below, right? But translator 2014-2016 is a bit too vague. No, we need the languages,
same, yes.
company,
same information you wrote before.
Yeah, it's more info, no? I think there's more info needed here. And traveled with a company executive. This is a mistake, but I think it's a type of English because I think it's not really a typo. This is a mistake though. There's a comma instead of a full stop.
Yes.
It's not nice. Received a standing employee. So she was an employee. Interesting. But she does sell herself as a freelance, I thought. Anyway, translation intern. Yeah, again, more info. No? And then part-time receptionist. What's your opinion on this job? Is it, do we need it or not?
This is, she held plan for execute company holders parties. This is not necessary, I think.
No, it's if it was in the languages or if it was for a translation company or a scientific company, but she has enough. I think she has enough experience.
Yeah.
No, and then we don't really need this. So it's completely irrelevant.
Yes.
And then there's, all right, so we have here scientific. So that could be very interesting to have it on the title as well, more visible, no? Because they want a scientific translator.
It should not have any single linguistic error.
Linguistic what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
يعني translation intern.
Yeah. What, you don't like this translation intern? I missed it. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Or maybe you can write it on the chat.
Again, please, Dr. Ekrima, what is your question?
Sorry for this. I'm not asking, in fact, a question. I'm just explaining to my new section, students in translation 2, what you are talking about, and I wanted them to follow up with you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
So, Dr. Ekrima, you are with your students.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes,
With my
thank you.
students in translation 2.
Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we come to the end. Okay, I think that she has the criteria they're looking for, and she's highlighting exactly what they want. And then we come to the end with the hobbies and interests. Voracious reader and participant in 2 book clubs, host monthly seminar on conversational Mandarin at local library, enjoy cooking and playing the piano, serve on City Cultural Awareness Committee, and help plan annual celebrations and events. This is a very personal, I think, decision to whether to add hobbies and interests. And what is your opinion about the section in general and about the contents in particular?
It's preferable to be written in bullets than to start with the ones that are related to the job that she's applying for.
Yeah, correct. So it's interesting that she reads. It's good. Reading is good for any translator, and it's not optional, right? We're supposed to read a lot in all the languages, etc. It could be better if she, for example, was a member of a scientific book club, for example, right? Because that would be specific, but it's not really. So maybe I don't know. Even actually, voracious reader. It looks like she's not going to have time to translate because she's reading all the time. But this could be more interesting, no? The seminar on conversation in Mandarin at local library. Do you think this could be relevant? No. Well, cooking and playing the piano is very good, but I don't think that is anything to do.
It's not related. Irrelated, this one.
No, it's not. Enjoy cooking, it's not related. And then these served on City Cultural Awareness Committee and help plan annual celebrations and events.
This is a good one.
It's more professional. It's not really related to.
But at least cultural awareness committees.
Okay, cultural. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could leave these two, no? Hosted maybe, or hosts monthly seminar.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Hobbies and interests. And anything else you think that she needs to say? Is there any information missing? You see, there's some personal details that we don't want, right? Well, we don't know how old she is. Do we need to say how old she is, or what was the date of birth, or even it doesn't even say where she's from. All the information we have is that she's native in English. So, and we don't know whether, well, I don't know, she has children or etc. It's just information that we don't really need to know. Maybe even she has done other work. We've deleted some work that is not important. So for her position. And anything else?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria, for this useful information. If my colleague, do you have any other questions?
Maria, this is a lot of efforts to do for each announcement. Do you have something, general recommendations? This is
sorry, do I have what?
I mean, this is very specific for each announcement to do such efforts. I mean, it's too much, isn't it?
Is it too much, do you think?
Yeah, too much efforts.
Oh, is it? I think. All right. Well, I don't know if I agree, but it is quite a lot of effort. Yeah. But this is not there. We have to make the difference between, as we said, once we write our core CV with all the information that we have on ourselves, then we're going to send some to a list of companies that we're going to gather a list of companies from the website, from the internet, etc. And then we might send them our CVs. But this is a different occasion. This is a situation where we're not sending a CV to a company. We're replying to a job offer. So we know the difference is that we know that they are looking for a translator. When we're sending our CV to a list of companies or agencies, etc., that we found on the internet, we're not sure that they are looking for a translator like us. But in this case, we are. So I think that it's a good exercise, in my opinion, for students to see, because it helps them to make the decisions on how to structure their CV, what to include, what not to include, how to say things, how to sell themselves in really basically, that's what it is about, to sell yourself as a good translator. But it is, maybe you wouldn't take so long, but I think it was a good example of how to, in this case, we are correcting someone else's CV to adapt it to an offer.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay, maybe Dr. Ikrima, do you have questions?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maria, for this presentation. And in fact, I have a question from one of my students who would like to ask you this question. Okay.
Hello. So my question is that most of us as a graduates, we graduate with only a degree in translation. Normally, most students don't actually get a job in translation before they graduate, so they don't have much to put in their CV. So my question is, how can we build a CV that does not have much activities or much experience, or nearly zero experience, just the degree?
Yes, it's a very good question, and it's true that for a young graduate, it's hard to fill the CV. But in terms of experience, there are opportunities for example, volunteer work that you can do, and that it can be added to your CV. Volunteering, there are many charities, organizations that can send you projects, and you can do while you're studying, and they will maybe write a certificate for you saying that you have done. So if you, for example, wrote even volunteer experience for example, I used to do volunteering for Amnesty International, and there's a lot of work, and then I think that is how you can start filling your CV with volunteering and with traineeships, that you could be a trainee translator for. Now there is the possibility of being trainee translators online, and for big organizations or small, and that could be interesting because well, they need you do not have to add something to your experience, but obviously you wouldn't be sending your CV to a job offer that wants too much experience, because they'd be looking for someone who's not a graduate. But I think there are offers for young graduate students as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Now I would like to ask you all, please stop share if you finished.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Now we can have a group photo together.
Of course.
Vania, you are with us? Please open
yes,
the camera.
Dr. Ahmad, yes.
We can have a group photo now, yes?
Yes, but all of us should open the video, start the video to have a group photo if you like.
Please, if possible, to open cameras.
No one like to open his camera.
Okay, then we can.
Okay. Okay, we will wait. Yes, Dr. Sadek.
Please, Fadia, take a photo together, all together.
Okay.
Thank you.
1, 2. No, okay, we will wait for others to open the
Sure.
camera. Okay. Cheers, please. All of you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a coffee break, and we will continue at 11:45.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Okay, yourself not muted. You can be here. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. So here we have the topics that we are going to talk about. So it's like an introduction for the meaning of conflict. We have some definitions, and also we can speak about cultural or intercultural conflict right now, and we have another nature of conflict for sure. The views of the conflict, type of the conflict resolutions and methods. And I'm going to speak about some, we have a traditional methods to apply for resolutions. And we're going to speak about them, Harvard resolutions, Sarah-Cobb resolution methods. And we're going to speak about that in order to try to have some skills for our jobs as a translators or maybe in the future translators, and to have that kind of meanings and at that kind of situation that maybe it's gonna happen in our work. Maybe we have some conflicts that are gonna be in a personal conflicts or client conflicts or situation, sorry, or managing in an enterprise or in associations or whatever. But the things like there are many conflicts that maybe we can deal with them, and the others that it's gonna be passive conflicts. That's like the life. But the things like it's important to have that kind of visions and views of the conflicts, because it's gonna be small conflicts, whatever, or traditionals or whatever, but it's so important to know if we can avoid the conflict or we have to deal and employ these tools that they want to speak about it. So some details of the work content. The concept of conflict being an outcome of behaviors is an integral part of a human life, wherever there is an interaction, there is a conflict. It's a kind of idea that we put. Also, we have some situations that we call conflict escalation, that the Danish Center for Conflict Resolution show us as a disagreement, personification, the problem goes right, dialogue is abandoned, enemy image, open hostilities, and polarization. The things like that kind of steps of a conflict, it maybe we can have some difference at the beginning and go directly to the get away from here, or wherever we can have all the steps doing in our conflict. Some definitions that we can have on mind, and we have some authors like Follett that say conflict is the appearance of difference of opinions, of interest. Pondy, he told us that conflict is that accident conflict, for example, that we have effective state of the individual involved, that maybe it's the stress, tension, hostility, anxiety, or anything about that. And also we have the change behavior ranging from passive resistance to overt aggression. And another kind of conflict or idea that many psychological lines or researchers has in mind is like the conflict is a psychological state of mind when people are in a dilemma whether to do or not to do a thing in a state of conflict. I want to show another possibility of conflict that we put some names at the conflict if we want. So now we have another definition of conflict that they give us. We add more more definition at the conflict. Now we have intercultural conflict, and that maybe we can now, after the exposition, we can speak about if we use the word intercultural or cultural conflict, and to decide between us or whatever, if you want now or in another moment, that if it's intercultural conflict or cultural conflict. But the thing is, like, this is the definition: the implicit or explicit emotional struggle between person or people of different cultural communities over perceived or actual incompatibility of cultural ideologies, values, situational norms, goals, face orientations, resources, styles, outcomes in a face-to-face context with a socio-historical embedded system. This kind of definition, it could be, or we have to have this kind of definition in our work as a translators, in our work as a teachers, or as a communicators. Sorry, because the intercultural conflict is gonna be in our positions the most, in my point of view, the most kind or the most type of conflicts that are gonna happen. We are working with different cultures in more situations in our work as a translators. We had to know, we had to have a knowledge, a great and a big knowledge about a culture, or about, you know, the socio-historical system, history, literature. In my opinion, that kind of ability, skills, competencies, or background or studies, it's a part of our professional skills, professional competencies that we have to have. So in that way, we're gonna have maybe this kind of conflict in our day or in our work. If we have to deal with some clients, or if we have to stay in a situation between people from different cultures, that they have our job or our goal is to make the communication going on. And maybe we have to improve our intercultural communication skills to go through these situations, and to delimitate if there is an intercultural conflict between the parts. To make many times we have to choose if we make mediation, if we avoid the conflict, if we made only a work as a neutral translator. But the thing is, like, in the situation that we want to speak after that, for sure we have some things to do to lower this situation as conflicts. Sorry. So I'm gonna show you, I think that's gonna be a good idea, some misunderstanding communications and they are not exactly for our goal right now, but it's gonna introduce us in that kind of misunderstanding communication, situational communication that we have to understand, not between cultures, but in some situations.
Fractured fibula. Center. So I could be able to go home tomorrow. He's going to be so excited. That killed him. Don't hate your mother. Morning, Beth.
I don't know if you did you see all the misunderstanding situations?
Yes.
Anybody wants to share anything about that? If not, we can't continue. And after that, or whatever you want to say something about the situations.
Yes, that's we are all judgmental, and we have our first impression to give a judgment about what we see without knowing the truth.
Yes.
Or what's beyond, yani.
Yani, for sure. It's like some situations that we made like a hole in the reality, we're going to have this kind of misunderstanding. Communication, this is maybe it's not verbal, it's not it's some image, some representation of a reality that is not the real one. It's a fiction that we have from a big situation that we didn't know at all. So this kind of misunderstanding or judgment that we can do it's like if we have a situation or we have a conflict and we know only one part, or we have only some information and it's not the whole information, we don't have the code of everything or the context of the situation. It's gonna be this kind of misunderstanding in our work, in our rates, in our communications, wherever we do. So it was only this kind of sample that I want to mention for doing this point. After that, I'm going to continue with the theory. And of our conflict, or the situation that we thought that they are conflicted. It's like conflict occurs when individuals are not able to choose among the available alternative course of actions. Maybe the conflict between two individuals implied that they have conflicting perceptions, values, and goals. Maybe it's gonna be here the cultural conflicts that we are speaking about. Conflict is a dynamic process, as it indicates a series of events. So here is like all the details that we have to know about the conflict. And conflict must be perceived by the parties to it. If no one is aware of a conflict, there is a generally agreed that no conflict exists. So in that point, it's so important to say that if we have people, individual or a group of people that some of them they don't consider that they have involved in a conflict, we cannot make anything. And maybe it's better situation, and we have to speak about another kind of situation that is one part is involved in a conflict but not the other. Maybe this is another session, and it's like culturals or whatever point of view that we have to work, but in another session. So right now there is a views on conflict that we call traditional view, human rights relations view, or interactionist view. It's like the modern view. In that section, we have traditional view. It's like the early approach to conflict assumed that all conflict was bad. Conflict was viewed negatively, and it was used with such terms as violence and destruction. This is the traditional view of the war conflict. Human relations view. The human relation position argue that conflict that was a natural occurrence in all groups and organizations. Since conflict was we cannot beat a boy, it is accepted, and there are even times when conflict may benefit a group's performance. And at the end, we have modern view of the conflict. This view is based on the belief that conflict is not only a positive force in a group, but it is also necessary for a group to perform effectively. This approach encourages group leaders to maintain an ongoing minimum level of conflict. So this kind of view, or this approach to a view, is it could manage the view of or the position of the mediator, of the translator in a situation, in a conflictive situation. So if we thought that in a modern view that the conflict is positive, or it could change the point of view of our group involved, it could be a good approach to our method of a resolution method. The other view is like traditional view. It could be like assume that the conflict is always bad. So the negative is going to be such a terms of violence, destructions, negative views that, in my point of view, is not the good approach to the conflict. After that, we have this kind of human relation view that is like a natural situation. That means that the people or the group and the organizations are inevitably living in a conflict, and that conflict is gonna be performance, the kind of and can also we can have some benefits of that relationships between the human, and it's gonna be conflicted, but also a natural status. So now we go to the type of conflict. So this kind of conflict, they call it, or we call it, functional, dysfunctional, and also I put it here, intercultural conflict, and I mix, you know, this kind of definitions, because we don't have to make structures that they limited ourselves in our work. So, and this is a, you know, we can use some authors, but here we have this kind of types of conflict given for us, for the academia. So functional, dysfunctional, and also the intercultural conflict. Functional support the goals of the group and improve its performance. It's like a view, a human view, more or less. Dysfunctional conflict that hinders group performance. The functional conflicts can be differentiated from the dysfunctional conflicts on the basis on the following three attitudes: task, relationship, and process. Task conflict related to content and goals of the work. Relationship conflict focus on interpersonal relationships, and after that, the process. Now I come back to this definition of conflict, where we can have one highline that I want to mention, and it's like face-to-face or mediated context, where we can have this figure and can involve in a conflict that is going to be a third person. I only have to say that this is a good step to have this kind in mind, that maybe we have to have a mediation method in mind, because not all the conflict is gonna be have any resolution if we try to do it by ourselves. But now I'm gonna focus in what is a resolution conflict. So, or conflict resolution is a process used to manage or settle out our difference using different conflict resolution strategies. So ideally, we will try to achieve positive outcomes that will be satisfied or be beneficial for all parties, sides. Conflict resolution is similar to problem solving. In conflicts, though, we may see ourselves inundated with strong feelings, anger, frustration, sense of injustice. Managing those feelings will be an important first step before we attempt an effective communication. And here I have to stop it, because these skills that now we have in that definitions are our skills personal skills and professional skills as translators. For example, we have to have good problems or solutions skills in our work daily. And also we have to have an effective communication that not today, but tomorrow I'm going to explain and I'm going to try to, to put in the table to speak about that concept for alternators. So now we go directly. I'm going to check the hour, sorry, to know if we have time to make some, after that, some kind of examples of conflict resolution. We're going to put some situations, some conflicts on the table, and we can speak about it. So first of all, we have now some authors like Thomas that classify interpersonal conflict handling behavior in a model with two basic dimensions. We have attempting to satisfy our own concern and trying to satisfy other people's concerns too. So these words, they told us the thing that the two feelings and the two dimensions of this. Now we're gonna see the 5 conflict handling modes, but it's important to have that in mind. So these 2-dimensional model are conducting to these 5 handling modes. So how we can't go in a conflict, like making collaborations, competing, compromising, avoiding, or accommodation or accommodating. So this kind of these adjectives, they're gonna give us the tools to go in the other methods that I'm gonna explain you. But more or less, this is a 5 mode of or point of view that we have to have. And you know, it's so simple, but when we are speaking to kids or our children, or not specialist people, or even we have to translate that kind of concept to our method results. You know, that is not new things. We know all together, or everyone knows that if we cooperate, or if we try to make win-to-win situations, we wanna go through the conflict and we wanna stop it. But this is like the main object that we have. So these 5 handling modes are teaching to the kids when they are in a conflict situation and they don't have the tools or the skills to go in a Harvard method resolutions or wherever. So for us, maybe it's also a good example to know exactly in which are based the other methods. So they are in Spanish, but it's so easy to recognize. I'm gonna show you. There are the 3 methods that I'm talking about. This is Harvard method solutions, and they have 4 ideas that we go on it. After that, we have Bass and Folger, and they have a transformative mediation or transformative resolutions. And the other one is the circular or narrative Sarakov model. So I'm going to ask you, if you want, what do you think about, it's in Spanish, but whatever is the same, because only the name of the method, they told us how to go through the conflict. So what do you think, or what do you think that is the meaning of narrative and circular model? from Sarah Cobb author. Anybody knows about this method before or now? If not, I'm gonna tell you it's not so nobody. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Yes, it's like only with the title, no, that we have. It's like Sarah Cobb is the author that tell us that how to deal with a conflict. So what do you think that is the meaning of circular and narrative resolution conflict model? The ideas of that we have to have on mind if we speak about that kind of model. Narrative, circular and narrative model. In Spanish, it's writing 3 ideas, and the ideas is really easier. And I think that you all knows. It's like reflection, make a transformative history of the conflict, and after that, to get a good compromise. But this compromise is like a second objective. It's not the first objective that we have in that model. So this is one of the model that we have. Well, we have a lot of, but I choose that 3 to go into a conflict. So it's like to make a reflection about, to make the parts, all the parts, wherever we have 2 or more, a group of people, to make reflection of the situation, to make an alternative or transformative history, and at the end, to try to get some compromise between the part. But this is not the objective. It's like only to make that figure or narrative situation, and to give some ideas of that can unblock the situation. The other one is a transformative mediation. This mediation try to increase the relations and make an opportunity grow between the part of the conflict, and try to make the relations, the human relations, and put it on the table, and made the others recognize the other part. It's like to know or to revalorize the situation and the culture of the other. So it's an informal structure that we use to in a sentimental or human relation, in the interhuman relations, to increase the good relationships. And normally we need a neutral one. So we need a mediator to work with the people involved or the groups involved in that sorry, in that conflict. And at the end, we have another that is Harvard method resolution. I think maybe most, I don't know, but maybe most of you know about Harvard resolutions or or you have heard something about it, but they have some 4 steps. And these 4 steps are: separate the people from the problem, focus on interest, not on positions, develop options for mutual gain, and insist on objective criteria. So it's like I show you these 3 kind of methods resolution to to exactly know that maybe we can use our good sense common sense to go in a resolution, but there are many situations that we need some specialist people like intercultural mediators or neutral person that we know, or even we have to go to arbitration or litigation. That is another possibility, of course. And also we have 3 methods that we can use to delimitate our conflict, to put some different ways of going into a conflict, and also maybe we can employ in our or use in our day-to-day or in our relation with the clients or with the students or in a conflict that we have in our personal life also. So if we have any question, we can stop here and speak about it. If not, I would like to make some approach to the Harvard method resolution. Any idea, any question till now? Somebody wants to add anything or? I don't know. Right. So, if not, I'm gonna show you some papers that of some another conflicts that we can go in, or we can express here. If not, if we don't have anything to speak about the theory, maybe somebody of you, or I don't know, anybody has any or has life, or I don't know, have anything to say about any conflict with your, I don't know, but maybe in your day-to-day, on your routine, or maybe with the clients and the rates, or with another translators, or in a situation of translations. I don't know, somebody has or knows or wants to explain us some conflicts that maybe we can make now our resolution. Sorry.
Could you give a case study so that we are aware of what types of conflict we are talking about?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Could you please share a case study about the conflict and how we can approach with it?
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, like, if we have on mind this kind of method resolutions, we can go to any situation that we can imagine right now. So I was thinking about the idea of make a new conflict here and speaking about it. But the thing is, like, maybe there are some cultural conflicts that we cannot go in right now because it's so difficult. But now but maybe there are some conflicts like managing in the rates with the clients. So, or anything that we wanna have in the like competing, or the accuracy of the translator, that somebody can complain as if there is a note, or maybe the text that we have to translate, that we are not if we have opinion in that or not. The things like the conflicts that we can put it on the table, it's gonna be the less or the more useful for us. So because of that, I told you, if you have any situation or that you can explain us, or maybe any confusion or misunderstanding in your classes or wherever, so I'm not sure, but if not, I'm going to show you a document that we have for kids, and also that we have more related to our professional, and maybe, okay, I'm going to show you, it's a so could you see this template, Harvard Conflict Resolution Method?
Yes.
Okay. This is a program at the Harvard Law School that show how to have or generate a win-win solutions in conflicts, and we can do that with our students in a room and have some things in mind, but we have to have 1 hour to create a conflict, and after that to delimitate all the things. No, so I'm gonna read the template, and to have on mind the goal, the steps, what is the steps that they told to us, and what is the meaning of that steps, in order maybe to have some ideas if we want to create a conflict, or maybe in the future we can employ this template to do it something with the students or our translators, future translators. So the goal of this in this method, and also in this situation, is arrive or to gain a win-win situation. So the meaning is no losers. Empower people to get a picture of their best alternative. A plan B. That is in that case, in Harvard Conflict Resolution, they use only this goal, to have a win-win situation, and also to have an alternative or plan B. So in that point, they mix maybe one of the methods that we know, that the Harvard Conflict Resolution, and also maybe the other one that is to have a plan B, that is a transformative method that we already studied. So how to works this performance? The facilitator explains the Harvard concept that we already had the headlines, After that, we have a group of person of 3 people. I think that is gonna be the correct one. And each group pick a situation and unsolved conflict and suggest a win-win solution. So it's like to imagine a conflict that we're gonna have maybe with our boss. They told us that we have a deadline to realize some translations, and maybe we go angry because of this situation, because we didn't know anything about this deadlines before. After that, maybe we can have some problems with the clients and the rates that they don't pay us on time, or they don't want to pay after the papers of our works. Even we can have some problems with in that situation with the clients, but because that I know some situations that the one client they want to pay for us in a situation, because they told us that we don't have in mind that Indian culture, they have another schedules or time to manage the negotiation of the business in the business world. I remember that situation that was in a previous work that I had, that the client, they don't want to pay the association that I work for, because he said that in the Indian context, they have business times that was different, and we go through that we choose a translator that in English that he couldn't manage the time, and he couldn't, or he didn't know nothing about the Indian culture. So it was so difficult to manage that point, because maybe it was really that the translator made his best with their language approach, or with they have a good knowledge of the language, but not of the Indian context. So also this is a situation, a conflict that I lived in the past. So I told you that kind of conflicts. And after that, we have the 4 point, that's we can suggest solutions presented and evaluated in a bigger group. So after that, the facilitator has to make some groups, give them some unsolved conflicts, or try to encourage the group to have this situational conflicts. And after that, they have, or the group or the facilitator presented to the others the possibly conflicts resolutions. So, and here we have the explanation of the Harvard method that I told you before. Is like, 1, separate the people from the problem. That means, sorry, put yourself in the shoes of your counterpart. Talk about the ideas and expectations of both parties. Do not hold your counterpart responsible for your own problems. Make sure the other party is involved in the decision and actively participate. Articulate your emotions and knowledge. Allow the other party to let off steam. Use symbolic gestures. Talk about yourself, not the other party, and establish active relations. After that, we have focus on interest and not on positions. What is the meaning of that? which interest do I want to secure and which interest will be the other side have. So this is the focus on interest and not on positions. And finally, how it is possible to identify the interest, ask why and why not about, and think about the choice. So in the third point, we have develop option for mutual gain. It's like the conflict parts have to invent alternative options which offer advantage for both parties or groups of people. Wherever we have to separate the process of finding options from the evaluation of the same options, and to develop proposal which will make decision easier for the other party. So here I have to stop it because, you know, if we make that, we wanna mix the two methods that we speak about it. That is like to make transformative or narrative ideas, and also here we can add a third person on it, a neutral one. So here in that moment of the process, we can stop and try to recopilate all the information we have, show the objective of the parties, if they change or not, and try to make, maybe we have to make as a mediator or as a translator because we are involved, or we are part of a party of that conflict or not. But here is the moment that we choose if we go directly to win-win solution, or we make an optional solution that is transformative or narrative or whatever that we spoke about it, or we try to go directly to a mediation process that is different. Here we can make this brainstorming in this moment and stop it and make a redirection or whatever in that ideas that I told you, this idea, sorry. And after that, we have the fourth step. There's like insist on objective criteria. Experience, ideas, or options are often controversial. What is the meaning of that? If we try to base the objective or the final win-win solution in our own experience or ideas, maybe it's gonna be controversial because one of the parties is gonna think, sorry, that is not a good idea because it's not partial, it's not neutral, and we are impartial. So this is the idea of this step. It is possible to solve the problem if the conflict parties can find common standards. So we need that in mind. The negotiator has to find out some mutually acknowledged criteria and standard. Here we have another idea that comes to me, that are stereotypes, or that maybe it could go in our situation and it's not gonna be a good idea, because many times the translator had to deal with some stereotypes or prejudices. We have. So it's gonna be difficult to have a standard criteria and arguments and objective criteria to go on a win-win solution. That is our job and our task in this situation. And never give into any kind of pressure, only accept sensible principles. And this is the final idea of these steps. So now we have another part of our template. This is reflections, experience, and reference that you can go in for more information. So, for example, the reflection that they write to us is like, how difficult or easy was it to apply the concept of the case? What is useful for finding win-win solution for the conflict or not? If yes, how did you solve it? Were any of principles ignored, which were extremely helpful? So the idea is maybe at the end of our experience or at the end of our case or our resolutions, we can go in and make some reflection about if we follow all the steps, or we jump, and or also we avoid it. So it depends on the situation. And at the end, if we arrive to a win-win situation, and how are all the steps we follow. So if the group has chosen an actual conflict with their group, the facilitator has to make a sensible and good moderation to avoid any escalation of the conflict, as in the case of the participant work in the conflict or not on the conflict. And this is the role of the negotiator or the mediator, because if somebody chooses any cultural conflict or intercultural conflict to work in or with, maybe the facilitator has to say, no, this is not a good situation or conflict to work in this moment, because maybe we are not so ready to, or not prepared in that situations, and it could be sensitive. And that's all from here. So we have this template to work with our in class, or with a future translator that maybe they have to gain some abilities, skills to go on a professional's enterprise or freelance, and they have to deal with that kind of situations, interpersonal conflict or whatever. So this was the idea for working with groups. And also there is another template that is so cute, because it's I don't know how to tell you, but I'm gonna show. It's a kite's. Oh, I don't know how to put it there. It's for kids, but I think that it's gonna be so funny. But now I don't know how to show you. So we go directly to the other topic that we have on mind, that was the cultural conflict, and I show you this article, this as a press from the media, I think so, and it's not it's an example that we can talk about it. Because I think the other template that I have is it's really sample, and I need that you have a high level to work for. So maybe to finish, we can see if this article inspire us to speak about cultural barriers or cultural conflicts, and what do you think about it? I told you about the business negotiation in India, that talk to us that we go directly in a business situation, and because of that he lost his business. So this is so important for us to know that kind of situation is we can go in. And so how we can overcome our cultural barriers, or to know if we are if we can employ some communication styles, or if we have to characterize different behaviors, wherever we have on mind, it's gonna be okay in this situation if we know that we are in a cultural conflict. So I don't know if you have any question about that, or you want to speak it about it, or and to have some debates.
Thank you so much. I would like to add something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's a lot of participants interested in translation, but I would maybe ask, or like to discuss, if they had like encountered some problems in translating cultural terms, for example, and how you deal with these cultural terms during translation, especially when translating poetry and literature as well, because I find like it problematic. I'm not sure if anyone can share.
Yeah, for sure. Somebody has some experience of doing that linguistics or cultural terms that they want to share with us, or because they are some academic tests that they propose as different kind of making translations of these terms, cultural terms, but I'm not sure if we are in that topic right now. But if somebody wants to speak about it.
Okay, sorry if it is irrelevant, but I'm trying to connect like the conflict of the church to our field of translation. But if it's not relevant, it's okay. You can skip for now.
For sure, so here is important for all of us to have this information. I'm really I appreciate your questions or your adding. I'm not sure if somebody wants to speak about it or whatever. I have on mind when I made on my research, my thesis, sorry, I have that kind of thoughts, because I have some Arabic religion terms, wherever, and phrase or religious terms that I have to translate into Spanish, and it was so difficult for me to try to explain to my colleagues, and also to write down in my thesis the meaning of that. Or if and some of them they told me you have to avoid that kind of terms in your research, in your papers. Or another one, they told me you have to try to make an equivalence, from Spanish culture or religion, Christian culture, to the Islamic culture. So I think that this is a big debate. I'm not sure if we're gonna go in here, but I'm sure that it's gonna be so interesting if you want to debate with me or with, because for me it was I had some conflict situation in that case. Exactly. For me now it was to create an atmosphere for you to have some skills, sorry, to go in some conflict resolution methods that maybe could be in a translations exactly when you are working or in your personal or in an enterprise or wherever, and you have to have some this kind of theories if you want, or to have these skills also for being a good professional. So it was my my target.
Thank you.
I don't know if somebody wants to add something. If not, I have I'm gonna share you, because we have I think that we have time. Maybe we can speak about it after or not. That is a little video about the cultures and child is a childhood or children from all over the world, and 1 year in a life of some childs from all over the world. And I give to you, I want to put it, and if you have any idea of how to use this in your effective communications or whatever, because I think that we have to open our mind and not to go directly only, we are intercultural communications at the end, translators. So because of that, I want to show you this video because it's really nice, and maybe oh, I think that is here. No, it's here. Sorry, I'm gonna. This is a little one. Sorry. I show the, and I'm gonna show you the link quickly.
أقول لك أنا وين. شو يصير؟ عارف أنت، عارف السندة بتاعت البلدية هذه بلد غزة؟ أول السندة، أول السندة فيها هنا أرض فاضية، فيها محلات وهدوء.
شباب بس عملوا لنا ميوت، اللي مش عامل ميوت. Sorry, Maria.
Yeah, I'm looking for that video because we have 2 minutes. So I was thinking that maybe it was a good idea to show you this video, and maybe somebody wants to say something. So I'm gonna put it at the chat. I think this is gonna be here. I know it's not that one. This is the first one. Oh my God, so difficult to work with that. Sorry. Maybe if I put it here and it's work. It was only a video to show you the different, maybe to approach to another cultures and to have that skills that we are talking about, the social and professional skills, and not to make some not to be so specific when we speak about cultures, but to know in mind that maybe we can use that kind of difference in order to look for this the same things, like the wall of the 4 or 5 kids in his first year of life, and to show that maybe there are some different kind of behaviors, different kinds of cares, but at the end we are talking about boys or girls, and they have the same things at the end. It's like to be with the mothers and the father, and with the parents at the end, and to be in love, more or less. So this is the things that we have to look for in our in that situation, no, to show not the difference and show the things that we are linking, and they link to as a human being. So it was the last thing that I want to show you, in order to create some debate about the different cultures or not, and the different way of life or not, and the different ways of go into a conflict, if we need to do it or not. And so this is my experience to go in a cultural conflicts, and many times we have to work with ourselves or our students to show them that they are not all the things that we think about it are in that case is the same, or it's gonna be our to do our best if we show them that the culture are the same for in a certain moment of our life, like a year of life in that for babies. So the only thing, and it's I think I'm gonna finish with that. I don't know if somebody has anything to say about that or the other things that we talk about it.
Thank you, Maria. I don't know if anyone have a question. Yeah, okay. If nothing to add, then thank you, Maria, again. And see you tomorrow, Maria, because tomorrow you have a morning session. Yes. And for our partners, see you afternoon. Our schedule next session will be at 2:30. Okay.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Please not forget to fill the evaluation form. We already the UG sent to you through your link to WhatsApp. Thank you all. See you afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. That they give their work in change money for upskill or for study professional course. And this startup is called Work for It. And I think it's a very, very interesting startup. If you want, you can search on Google. It's in Italian language, so. Do you have any question about my presentation?
Thank you, Alessandra. Now we can open a discussion, and if any of our colleagues have questions. We can open a discussion. Alessandra, can you give us more details about the example you mentioned now? You mean?
Yes, this platform is a new startup, and is created from a young girl, and she works in Google. And the focus, the target of this startup is young people who are graduate or new graduate, and they give their work like freelance in change money for study and upskill. This platform is called Work for It. I work for it. I work for a web design course. I work for English course. I work for social media manager work. And this is a platform I suggest our student who call career service because I think it's very, very interesting to search to work in the world, because a freelancer freelancing me to work in everywhere in the world. So I can stay in Italy, but I can write an article for your blog or other. So for the young people, I think it's a very, very interesting platform.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you have any questions? With me, my PhD students, they are engineers.
Yeah.
I think this is a good opportunity for them to hearing about freelancing issues. I would like to ask them if they have any questions in general.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please go ahead, Suhair.
Okay, I was gonna ask if the skills that you talked about, is it necessarily to be for the translator or for like business or computer science student graduates, or you're talking about the skills in general?
Oh, okay. I talk about general skills, because our office is a career service of university. So I give information, I give suggest every our student or our graduate. Università degli Studi Guglielmo Marconi has many faculty. Economy, law, letter, or engineering, psychology. So I have a general speak about freelancing, but I talk about 10 I look just away.
Like you've mentioned the graphic design, is it necessary for
because
have a graphic design?
Yes, I speak about 10 most in demand freelance tech skill in 2022 in tech skills and marketing skills.
Okay, this is exactly what I was thinking about.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Because you're talking about specific fields, not all fields.
Yes.
Because as a freelancer, I don't need to have like graphic design or marketing skills. Marketing skills, I know marketing skills as myself as freelancer, but not necessarily as a marketing engineer.
Specifiche, non è per tutti.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, exactly what you said, because Dottoressa Iaconelli, she has made a speech for general freelancing skills, and then looking for, because she's always up to date for what are the skills which are most demanded, and for our students, which most of them are from marketing, from the marketing field, and also from the engineer. So as you said, the technical skills are very much demanded. So she has focused mostly on what we usually pass to the students, but also what the labor market is demanding at the moment. Of course, if you are a translator, you don't need to communicate to the recruiter that you know how to do web design, for instance.
Yes.
But these are among the 10 and or 20, it depends on the list, most demanded skills in 2022 in general.
Yes, but some skills is transversal,
Yes.
because communication is a fundamental for everything.
Yes, I know.
Empathy.
I know. But when you were talking about a specific, about specific skills, that was not necessarily for everybody, but for sure there is a general skills that necessarily for everybody.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think communication, negotiation, marketing, project management, empathy, writing. I think it's personal branding.
Yes, yes, it is actually.
It's the more. Also, I think the personal branding is the most important skills that a freelancer must have, because we have a branding of ourselves when we went in in the company.
Exactly.
So we must send in the best way a different of employee.
Yes.
Sorry for my English, it's not very good.
No, but I understand. That's okay.
I'm speaking very Italian.
Yes. Italian, English.
Italian English, yes, is a new language.
Yes. No, but it was a good one. That's why I'm asking about these skills, because my training will be on the soft skills.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
This is me, Suhair.
Yeah, no.
Hi.
Oh, ecco. Finally.
Yeah.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. We're doing good.
Great.
Thank you.
For example, I need English course. So if you want, we can change my Italian. I learn you Italian and you learn me English. Okay?
Yeah. Deal. Yes.
Any other question for Dottoressa Iaconelli, for Alessandra?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Sorry, I was a little bit engaged, but my name is Dr. Majid. I'm from Al-Quds Open University, head of English department. What's that? The deal which you propose is good, but we don't need Italian in Palestine. So more CAT tools, more is much better than language. But my question is, we're going to deliver a course to our students soon. How we can guide our students to go forward, like after finishing? I don't think one course will be sufficient for them to become proficient freelancers. Even for us, what are the other things or resources they can rely on in order to go ahead and keep improving their abilities to become real freelancing? By the way, freelancing in Palestine is a necessity because we are not a free country, we are under occupation, and we face many limitations while traveling, going here and there. And enabling our students after graduation to have or to be able to get in touch with people regionally or internationally, that will be a good point. Rehabilitating them and giving them the ability to work for free from home. My question in short is how they can proceed after we can deliver them a course, like resources, different sites, whatever thing, and they can rely on in proceeding in more able to be a future professional freelancers. Thank you.
Ci sono altre risorse che possono loro usare per poter formarsi meglio o continuare a essere sempre aggiornati rispetto al mondo del freelancing? Ci sono delle piattaforme
Sì, yes, of course. The platform where I speak later, Work for It, is a platform especially for a student. Maybe they can give our skills in change to have money to upskill. I think it's very, very important to study and study and study and study. We can't stop study for if we have a freelance, because the data said that the freelance world is not only gig work, is not rider for food, is not transportation. Now, last year and this year, freelancers are skilled professionals. So I think everything must study. After the course, after the graduate, we can start to work. But during the work, we must study, and so we can upskill. Non so se ho detto giusto. Cioè, the famous lifelong learning.
Dovete chiedere studiare cosa dopo l'università, che cosa puoi studiare?
Okay, I think it's not normal who must study professional course in the sector, in the field, in they work. So if I have food blogger, I must work, I must study maybe editing or photograph or website development. So everyone everyone must study in the sector who want to work.
Can I add something? It may answer Dr. Majid's question, help to answer his question. They need, I think, students also, or fresh graduates, need to practice and to go through the portals a lot, to see how people, they interact with the portals, what the kind of written communication they do, what they write in, how they describe themselves, how they market themselves. So I think with the practice, they'll get more experience about how to be good freelancers on the portals, and how to market themselves good.
Yes, I think so.
So it more needs practice.
You're right, you're right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone want to add something? Dr. Ikrima, do you have to add something or to ask questions?
Do you have a LinkedIn?
Social media.
LinkedIn, yes.
Yes, because LinkedIn is the most important.
Everything is okay with me.
Thank you, Dr. Akrama. Okay, complete, please, Alessandra.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I think LinkedIn is a good way to create a networking.
Yes, sure. We use the LinkedIn, our work, our research, many activities. We use LinkedIn. It's a professional network. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay, then we have now 20 minutes before the second session for Dr. George. I don't know if anyone want to add something, or Alessandra, you want to complete something?
I guess we need this 20 minutes just to rest and have lunch. Thank you.
Okay, we may have 15 minutes before the final session.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope to see soon in Rome or other part of the world.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Alessandra, you shared us with the presentations? Or?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. Okay. We may have a rest for 15 minutes before Dr. George join us for the final session. Anyone have any feedback, any comments? Can share with us, yes.
Okay, bye-bye.
See you, bye.
Bye-bye. Please do not leave. We need just 15 minutes rest. Then we will complete the final session, which is very important also for Dr. George.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. George. Hello.
Hello, hi.
Yes, we are waiting for you.
So we're going to start in 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many people do we anticipate then?
From the morning session, there were 26. Now I think they are just 14, 15.
I mean, are we waiting for more to arrive?
We will start on the time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, George. You are welcome. Hello, everybody again.
Hello.
Now we will have a presentation from Middlesex University, Professor George DeVos. Please, Dr. George, floor for you to introduce yourself and to share your presentation. We are happy to listen to you and to to hearing from your side.
Okay, hello. Allow me to share my presentation with you.
Yes, George, go ahead.
Okay, 1 second. I have timed 1 hour for this presentation. So welcome everyone. My talk today is going to be for freelancing businesses, how to set them up and how to run them. As you will see, I will cover a nice range of topics, and at the end, I will give you free access to 4 projects that we have already ongoing, where you can have some more additional resources, which are going to be interesting. Please note that as the QA work package leader for Project Reach, I should be sending you shortly evaluation links for the QA of each session. So it's gonna be a short questionnaire that hopefully you're gonna provide for us. So what we're gonna do today, we're gonna focus about main issues about considering a career in freelancing, how to set up a freelancing business, being able to run a freelancing business, and then we will outline some of the benefits and key risks with freelancing, and then give you some directions in the future. In the meantime, I have 17 people participating. If you could put in the chat, who are you? So at least I have an idea who I'm talking to. Are you interested in freelancing? Are you teaching for freelancing, and so on? So rather than going around and asking everybody to present themselves, just one line, who you are and your interest in this talk. So we will start with considering a career in freelancing, which is, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but a lot of people are focusing on freelancing as a career. Freelancing used to be scary. It's not as scary as it used to be. It's a very interesting finding in the US from 1,600 adults age 30 or less, of which 63% thought that that it is good to have their own business, so they have their own business, or to have one in the near future. 55% who cannot claim that they're entrepreneurs now, they want to be one day. So, which means more than half, they want to have their own businesses. 63% already, 63% have their own business, and from the remaining 37%, more than half wanted to have their own business in the future. Of course, the perceptions of freelancers change depending on location. For example, people from different countries, regions, whether they are in urban or rural areas, they tend to have different restrictions into starting their own business and as freelancers. And of course, we need to consider the political, the personal analysis of the macro environment. In other words, the political situation, economic situation, social aspects.
Sorry, George. Can you slowly speak, because we have students here. They mentioned me that.
Of course, thank you very much for reminding me. The culture is a big element as well. In some cultures are risk averse, while other cultures are more prone into taking the risk and making sure that they start their own business. And of course, it depends on your own personality, whether you are a risk taker or not. Most people think about the following options. They have a day job, which they want to keep, and then they do a little bit of freelancing on the side, while there are other people who are taking a risk towards a career shift completely, and they become 100% immersed into freelancing. I don't know whether you are the former or the latter, but it is a decision that you should not take lightly, especially if you want to go straight into freelancing. In the UK, freelancing is a huge part of self-employed workforce. These freelancers, also called contractors in some cases, they work with various clients and they focus on specific contracts, which are usually short-term contracts, rarely go more than 6 or 9 months or a year. They have usually specialist skills, and special skills are important for the market. And most of the employers use freelancers because it's a flexible thing to do. It's like they bring them in for specific parts of the project. And by using freelancers, it helps clients to reduce the costs and the long-term commitments for employment. As we will see later on in various slides, there are different areas of freelancing that are popular in different parts of the world. IPSC, which covers for more than 50% of freelancers, identifies freelancers in these 5 areas. So sometimes people are called to manage projects or direct units. Sports and fitness are worked on freelancing a lot. And then you have artistic media and teaching. Kajal, can you take this outside? I don't know what's it could be from that. Just thank you. The reasons for starting freelance, as we can see here, we have freelancers who can go part-time or full-time. A lot of people want to do freelancing because they want to get money on the side. So this is why I wanted you to focus on whether you're going to do it as a part-time job or you're going to go full on freelance. There are people, 24%, who didn't want to go in the office. They just wanted to go. As an alternative. And then for some people, there was no other preferred career. While there is a percentage, 1/4 is like on different reasons. So it's quite interesting to see why people are doing it. 82% they want to work, they like the flexibility. From the respondents, 35% they didn't want to have somebody telling them what to do. They wanted to have the independence and freedom. While 30% they wanted to dictate how much money they would get. 24% it was because they wanted to work from home or part of the world where they wanted. Another aspect that you have to understand is that, as you can see here, part-time, the majority of freelancers in this survey, they're doing it part-time rather than full-time, and they focus on their work, on the freelancing work between 3 to 5 hours a day, which is good. However, the majority of the people in the survey identified that, almost 60% of the people thought that uncertainty in income is one of the main issues of freelancing. Almost the same percentage is that how to get the new clients. 1/5 of the people responded that they find it difficult to do the freelancing work at home because they have distractions. And of course, there are also a little bit more than 10% dealing with the business concerns, like having to do your accountings and so on. I should say that as part of every slide, I have the source. So you can find the source online. I use online resources which can be widely accessible for you to be able to find more information. So let's say that you want to be a freelancer. What kind of jobs you could consider? The easy, straightforward one, data entry people, some sort of creative writing, blogs. A lot of people are doing freelancing with blogs, providing guidelines on certain topics, transcribing or translating, and of course, web design. So these are some of the prominent roles that you can have. So how to start? You can go to a local non-profit organization to see if they want volunteers. You can start with friends and families, which can lead to some risks, as we'll see next. You can consider if you can get some professionals in your field who need help. And of course, you need to practice trying to find new jobs. But in order to be a successful freelancer, you have to have specific competencies and skills. And one of the most important aspects is communication, interpersonal skills, because you will talk to clients, you will talk to different people with different kind of behavioral patterns and different kind of personalities. You need to be able to solve problems and to be dependent, because as a freelancer is unlikely to have support from a big team. So basically then you have project management skills. You have to be able to manage projects, and you have to have some basic skills for the tasks. Keep in mind that as a freelancer, you're running your own business. Therefore, you have to market yourself and your services. You need to be able to manage the project, but also sometimes you may manage others, like virtual assistants, people who can help you, and you may not be in the same office all the time. You have to be able to negotiate, and negotiation is not only about the money you're going to be paid. You have to negotiate the project details, such as deadlines, requirements, and so on. Establishing a good professional network that will bring you next jobs, and of course, to be able to research, investigate, and analyze the findings. If you want to work as a freelancer, you need to consider what's your business structure. Guys, by the way, I still see the chat. Nobody has written about their profiles. So, I can see that people are talking about some form filling. I need to remind you the QA forms will be available later on for quality assurance and the evaluation of the sessions. I will provide this. But please, can you please provide us a background? Who are you? Are you a student? Are you a staff? And what's your interest in freelance? You can freelance as a sole trader or as a limited company. As a sole trader in the UK, you have less paperwork. As a sole trader, it's easier to do your accounts. However, you have a bigger risk for debt or financial liabilities, because as a sole trader, you are legally, you are a legal entity, the same with your business. So you're not free, you're not independent. That's what you get from a limited company. There is more paperwork, but you look more professional. And more importantly, your personal assets, your home is not at risk if the company goes bust. Okay, so I have a labor market coordinator visit, so excellent. So you can provide advice about freelancing careers for your students. So one of the things that you need to consider is freelance insurance. So you have so many different insurance types that you need to consider. First of all, professional indemnity insurance. Again, I'm using the UK example. If you give faulty advice that causes financial loss to a client, you definitely need professional indemnity insurance. You may need business equipment insurance if your equipment is lost or stolen, and public liability insurance if a member of the public is injured or loses financially and blames your business. And so these are three typical types of insurance that you need. But let's see what will be the roadmap for a freelancer. First of all, what kind of business do you want to have? What type of business you're going to run? Once you know whether you're going to be a sole trader or if you're going to be a limited company, identify your ideal client. Who the ideal client will be? Will they be individuals or businesses? What kind of services are you going to offer? Are you offering certain services across the sector, or you have a niche market, and so on? Come up with a business plan, a marketing strategy, and a pricing strategy. Make sure that you have a web page that provides all your services. Create a space that you're going to work from. If it's going to be at your home, it's going to be a room at your home, part of your house. Make sure that you have a schedule on your daily routine and how you're going to do your work, and then make sure that you implement everything. So that's a typical step-by-step approach. Guys, I have 18 people here. Any questions, please put them in the chat so we can have an interactive session. Yes, I'm gonna share with the RICH consortium the presentation. You will have access to the presentation. Feel free to make any screenshots you want. I will put some of the links of the later slides in the chat as well. So is freelancing for you? Is it something that it's, by the way, freelancing is not for everyone. This is an interesting graph that was a reflection of a freelancer. And basically, so basically what you have to do is like, you have to consider inputs. For example, performance reviews during your employed career. Have people told you that you're good in particular thing? Then you have to consider what do you feel and you enjoy doing, and what is the field in which you can differentiate your service. Now, this is the sweet spot where everybody, like all three aspects are together. In other words, you have a service that everybody wants, you are good at it, and you enjoy it. If you're good at something and there is a service that people like, then you're going to be good at it, but you may not have fun doing it. While here, if people need your services and you enjoy it, you'll enjoy doing it and you'll be seen as offering something fresh. If you enjoy doing something and you're good at it, you have a good time doing it, but there may not be a market. So you have to be very careful choosing your freelancing strategy. Let's move to the next part, which is how to set up a freelancing business. I will pause here for a minute for any potential questions. Any questions? If you want, you can unmute yourself, guys. Let's pause for a minute. Or you can put something in the chat. Okay, I'll move on. Set up a freelancing business. First of all, you need to define your goals. If you know where you want to go, then your freelancing career and it's going to be successful. You need to find a profitable niche, somewhere where you're going to differentiate from everybody else. I mean, I can offer my services as a lecturer, as an academic, as a speaker, but there are millions of people who are doing the same. So I need to consider a niche market, given my services in a particular sector where there isn't so much competition and it's going to create a profitable opportunity. Next part, I have to consider who my clients are. In order to be able to identify the clients, I need to consider, am I looking for organizations? So I could be a motivational speaker, I could be an expert lecturer, I could be an advisor, I could be a consultant. So would the clients be individuals? Would the clients be companies, universities, institutions, colleges, you name it? And then I have to consider, let's say, the strategic pricing, how much money I would be requesting and how would I price it? For example, let's assume that this is a freelancing contract. Would I charge for this hour? Will I charge for a service like a project? Or would I charge for a session followed up with Q&A? And of course, in order to do that, I need to create a portfolio, the portfolio of previous work, highlighting the skills that I have, and hopefully have specific testimonials explaining how good I was in previous project, and upgrade it with new projects all the time. And sometimes your website may not be a website, maybe the social network page. It could be a Facebook page, your Instagram presence, and so on. You need to provide examples of what you can deliver. People need to be able to see your portfolio of work, what you've done similarly. Talk about projects, previous projects you've done, experience in doing similar things. Who should be your first clients? You need to be careful of choosing your clients. These are your first clients. People should be organizations or people who can give you enough money to keep you going, not being high maintenance, being able to be manageable, work well together. You should be able to pitch yourself in a nice way. You should be very effective into attracting people. And you can do that by mentioning potential clients in your content, showing that how people can actually get in touch and how they can benefit from your services. And most important thing is that you need to make sure that if you have a day job, do not pick and mix, and you cannot, for example, you cannot use your company time for your freelancing, you cannot use the resources and so on. This is not only it's bad practice and unethical, but also it's illegal. Let's consider writing. How you can start freelancing in writing? First of all, the mindset. You need to consider that you'll say, now I'm a writer. I need to spend time, my own time, to write. And why are you motivated? Why are you doing it? What are you going to write about? Is there sufficient demand in writing? Are you going to create a website advertising your services as a writer? Can you create a portfolio showing samples of writing, something for people to read about, and consider that that would be something good for them to acquire, therefore become their client, your client? Apologies. Then you should have some specific goals. Establish what services you can offer, make a proper pricing. You need to have your income goals. How much money do you want to make out of freelancing? Create your first writing client. Make sure that you have advertised in various areas. You then do the work and invoice the clients and get paid. Then you have to expand your portfolio, your competencies, your skills in order to expand your customer base and scale your business. You have to scale your business carefully and gradually. You need to make sure that you, whatever you do, you do not reach a point where you cannot deliver because you are overstressed. There are so many tools that you will require to use, platforms and tools we will cover in a few slides. Things like Google Drive to collaborate with others. Email is good communication, but you may need to use more communication tools like Asana to communicate with others. Quite often, as a freelancer, you may be invited to work with others from an existing organization in certain communication tools that are forced on you. Skype or other tools to help you set up your meetings. You may use various tools in order to do your time management and productivity management and performance. LinkedIn and Facebook are just two of the tools like Instagram and TikTok these days that can be used for marketing and promoting yourself, while there are certain platforms to help you brainstorm with others, and of course, like Adobe document signing, like contracts and so on. There are also tools about networking, connecting with other people, and of course, if you have your own website hosting clients are important tools for you to use. So we're going to move into further details. Like here, you see some examples of calendar tools like Google Calendar, where you can identify your location, get alerts before an appointment, and make sure that you provide hyperlinks. There are so many different calendar tools available. Cloud storage is very important because you will need a way to share information with your clients. So you could use anything like Dropbox, Google Drive, or similar, where you can allow access to a shared folder to people and upload your information, upload all the content that you have for them. It's very important to have the right cloud storage solution in order to accommodate the size of the files you wish to share. With communication tools, you have a huge variety of platforms, as you can see. Some of these tools will help you with voting. You will be able to upload different emails. You need to be able to have a tool such as Voila Norbert, where you verify email addresses, organizing communication, especially like Slack or WhatsApp. It's preferable to email because it helps you to go into a more appropriate direct communication with your client for short message exchange. Then, because you will have contracts, you will have to have legal paperwork in place, contracting. So these are some of the tools that you can use. For example, using legal document templates, you may have a contact creator software. You can actually have a contract tracking or expense tracking or time tracking application like ANNU. HelloSign is like they have a free plan for allowing certain document signatures. So some of these can be for free, allowing you to sign contracts without going to the old-fashioned way where you will have to print, sign, scan, and send. And of course, you can generate legal documentation, including privacy policies, terms and conditions, terms of services, return policies, and so much more. Again, guys, questions in the chat. I don't see any questions yet in terms of anything that you may want clarification. Some of you, especially if you are a web designer or in the arts, you could actually use design tools to create graphics, designs, a portfolio of artwork, any kind of artistic content that you need to generate. Don't forget finance tools, like you need PayPal. It has so many currencies and countries that supports for online transactions, but of course, everything is for a fee. So part of your payment will go towards the services. You may authorize credit card payment and get the deposits as soon as one day after the order is placed. You may need an application to track your bills, budget planning and investments, accounting software with time tracking and invoicing, project tracking, or any kind of accounting software that helps you to keep your books. So you see, it becomes scary because you have to deal with your accounts, you have to deal with invoicing and so on. And if that's not enough, you need to be a project manager. You need to be able to deal with different projects and collaborate with others. You can use a tool such as Trello to manage projects, or Basecamp to be able to have a project management solution that includes everything, from message boards and to-do lists to cloud storage. Then you have productivity tools. Productivity tools are accessories that helps you to become more productive. For example, one password, having a database for secure information to be used for different systems. The if this then that system, it's a task automation tool. You can actually have the Pocket application where you can have all your contact details in one place, or a text expander, which helps you to assign shortcuts in certain phrases that you need to use regularly. Quite a lot of times you will have to do a request for proposals to respond to RFPs, request for proposals. So this is when a client will want you to compete with others to bid for getting a proposal. Proposify helps you to create beautiful proposals using a library service they have. Prospero helps you to create proposals with pricing aspects as well, and DraftSend helps you to go through a walkthrough of proposals. Don't forget that social media is a necessity, especially in freelancing. So social media is, apart from the typical ones, you can actually use scheduling tools, creating queues of posts in order to manage posts, especially if part of your freelancing is to post on social media and provide answers for people. Then you can actually have social profiling in order to help you identify posts that are relevant to you. Also, a calendar analytics and scheduling capabilities for social media. And then you can actually have, like Pinterest, certain boards with where you can actually pin posts which are relevant to your freelancing services. Time management is important. So performance and progress tracking is important as well. Being able to manage remote teams, especially if you are a freelance manager of a geographically dispersed team. Project management tools can be integrated into a single solution. You can actually keep track of how much time you spend on several different websites. So rescue time is interesting because it can help you reflect whether you're procrastinating. It's typical because imagine yourself working at home, being by yourself, nobody's monitoring you or checking on you, and rather than writing your content, you spend time on browsing on irrelevant aspects on the web. And stay focused also is the same. So basically, it's an extension that limits you on how much time you spend browsing irrelevant stuff. And again, there are time tracking tools that help you to keep track of your project, track of the different time zones, so you can easily communicate and find when you have common time in the day, and of course, generation of reports on different tasks. Freelancing requires to do remote meetings quite often. You can use Skype or you can use Zoom. Zoom, like what we do now, it helps 20 people being in the same room. And of course, you have writing tools because you have to write reports, grammar checking, you have search and optimization, grammatical error fixing. You can actually have optimization of content, and then creating searchable versions of your text by creating searchable notes. So you see, once you have all these tools in place, you have to consider how to set up a freelance business. You can actually check whether you are in a sector that attracts a lot of freelancers, like software developers. This sector is full of contractors, writers. That's another area where it is very good for freelancing. Digital marketing, where consultants can act for digital marketing solutions, and web and mobile phone development, software development, and application development, and graphic designers. So these are 5 sectors that are actually thriving right now with freelancing. That doesn't mean that if you're in a different sector, you cannot act as a freelancer. So what do you need to do? First of all, identify what you can offer. What are the services you can offer? Who is your target audience? Which are the businesses that are likely to employ you, or individuals who will need your services? Make sure that you identify all your services and put a price tag on each service. The price tag should be per project, per work, per task, per minute, per hour, per day, whatever you can think of that realistically helps you to put a good pricing structure. Make sure that you have a portfolio of past jobs for people to see how good you are, and make sure that you can write a good proposal if you are requested to do a proposal. Make sure that you have a good, strong relationship with potential clients, keep communicating, and of course, continue developing your skills with new competencies. These are some of the platforms like Fiverr or Crowdit or Guru or Upwork. These are some of the platforms for advertising your freelancing services. However, you need to be very, very careful. What kind of freelancer do you aspire to be? Do you want to be working through a website called Fiverr? Are these platforms aligned to your business model? Do you want to compete with a mass market on price? Or can you afford focusing on a niche market? I'll give you an example of what I mean. I mean, you can go on Fiverr right now and you can find out that people can actually do even for £5 a presentation like this. Can you compete? Is it going to be viable? How many clients will you have who can actually hire you for £5 to do a brief presentation? How professional or how high quality service will be perceived if you putting yourself out competing on a mass market on price? So you have to consider, and it could be that you may not afford not to include these services. You need to come up with a business plan. Once you have your area ready, you need to consider an executive summary, a kind of a description that can, a very brief description of the business and how it's organized. A description of the company, what is the organization structure and how you manage the company, what is the products and services you offer, a marketing and sales strategy, sources for funding, a financial projection including a budget, and appendices with anything, examples of work, risk assessment, and so on. As part of your business model exercise, you should be considered a buyer persona, is where you create a fictional person that is going to represent who you are selling to. For example, Steve, 47, the CEO of a large organization that is worth 85 million. How he finds us, referred by someone else, or goes to the website at the beginning of the buy journey. Pain points, the size of the service team is very important to him. So we need to have sufficient number of people serving them. He wants a competitive price with strong experience. So these are the pain points. What he wants to know, our latest projects and testimonials. What he doesn't want to pay large fees, so he wants to have a more affordable project. Why he buys from us, price and expertise. Service teams, make sure that we have the names of the people who will work on the project. He's an innovator and isn't afraid to take risks. He likes to communicate. So you see, this is the profile of who he is. So by creating a persona profile, you are able to do role playing, and you can actually it's a very interesting approach because you can actually do a role play into communicating with possible buyers. So let's see how we're going to run a freelance business. Consider if we want to start an agency as a freelancer. We can handle bigger workloads. We can have higher income. The weaknesses, though, is we will have a lot of overheads regarding administration. We need to consider sales and business development all the time. You need to incorporate a company. We have the opportunity to scale into new industry and expand the scope of the current services. However, that means more competition and possibly lack of reliable subcontractors who can help us to scale the business up. Let's consider developing a digital product as a freelancer. That could be anything, a presentation, a demonstration. This is going to be a passive income stream. We can put it on YouTube. We can put a webcast. We can have this video recording. I could put it on YouTube, and it could create followers and likes. Weakness: unless you have a loyal audience to sell, it's going to be negligent, the number of people who will come for your webinar. Opportunities: unlimited income potential, scalable into a full-time business. I mean, you have a series of recordings like this one, you can have more and more people coming in and you can actually advertise. Threats: lack on demand. So if it is your full job, what if only 50 or 60 people come in and view the video? Then you may have people who may redistribute your content without getting authorization. And you may have rip-off, people using your content. How about a spin-off project as a freelancer? A project that comes out from a main idea. That's good because it gives us access to a different kind of creative market. It can diversify the income and may have a potential to scale it significantly. But that means that you have a double workload and extra cash investment needed. An opportunity is that you can branch out into a new domain, but the spin-off company may sidetrack you from the main business, so you may lose money there. And of course, spin-offs and startups have a high failure rate. Any questions, guys? So you can see we can launch different agent spin-offs and so on. Let's talk about freelancing hotspots here. I really like this one because the survey actually calculated various aspects about where it is good to be a freelancer. They checked broadband speed because a freelancer needs to be connected all the time. And of course, that has an associated cost. How many people are searching for freelancing work? What is the strength of legal rights and statutory rights there? Whether there's a global gender gap index, the cost of living, how many co-working spaces are available per 100,000 people. Co-working is important because you may find yourself wanting to go and be into a co-working environment rather than working on your own from home. Then of course, the happiness index and the freelance score for various places. So for freelancer, top freelancer spots, it's appeared to be Singapore, New Zealand, and Spain for this survey, and Japan and China are least prone for freelancing. Best broadband in Singapore, Thailand, and Switzerland. Affordable broadband in Russia, China, and Lithuania, while the countries with the highest demand for freelancers is the Netherlands, UAE, and Singapore. The countries with the best legal protection are New Zealand, Australia, and USA. Countries for gender equality are Norway, Sweden, and New Zealand, and the cheapest country to live in are India, Brazil, and Mexico. The countries where co-working spaces are most common, it's Switzerland, Singapore, and Portugal, while happiest countries include Denmark, Switzerland, and Norway. Of course, this is just one of many surveys that are available, and this is one of the things that you need to consider when you're searching where your next freelancing contract should take you to. What kind of freelancing tasks to run them, and how easy it is to run them? Blogging, content creation, managing social media for others, promoting social media, managing emails, customer services, data entry, graphic design, and project management are some of the tasks that are usually outsourced to freelancers, and freelancers can undertake without much trouble. How to manage your finances is the first thing that you need to consider once you have your clients. Creating a budget, how much you will have on expenses, what is the expected income, and how to ensure cash flow. Make sure that you know your tax. What are your tax rates? Make sure that you have enough money to pay the next tax bill, because otherwise you're going to run into significant problems and unnecessary borrowing. Make sure that you keep separate accounts between your personal accounts and your business accounts. If you have problems, bring a bookkeeper or an accountant, and make sure you have contingency plan money on the side, even for replacing vital equipment. Let's move into the benefits of freelancing. Again, I want to stop here. Questions, guys? I've given you some key pointers of how to start to consider whether you are a freelancing mindset, the right sector, how to run the business. Before we go on benefits and risks, any questions, comments? Why businesses would hire freelancers? First of all, they don't want overhead costs. They don't want to pay insurance. They don't want to pay money unless they need freelancers. It saves time to delegate certain tasks so they can focus on their core activities. By freelancing, you have access to a wider pool of candidates, and it is easier to budget for projects in terms of the outgoings for staffing. And of course, it helps you to identify individuals with a variety of skills, helping you to have staffing flexibility. The typical roles given to freelancers could be graphic designers for ebooks, copywriting and content editing, virtual assistants, search engine optimization, assistance on call centers, data research, writing reports, social media marketing, creating web content, and of course, graphic design. So these are most typical tasks and roles. So suggestions for hiring freelancers. First of all, if you want to find freelancers, and that is also if you are a freelancer, you should be able to join an online marketplace where matchmaking takes place. You should have your profiles because these businesses will be carefully scanning through the candidate profiles for certain criteria. And they will advertise with job posts and descriptions which you need to match. Companies would typically give trial tasks to freelancers before committing to larger projects. And of course, selecting a candidate, once they select the candidate, they will try to communicate often at the beginning in order to make sure that they work on the project. How can we increase the number of clients as a freelancer? You need to understand your profile, as I said before, the persona. That will help you to understand how they operate. You should have a unique value proposition. Your UVP will help them to understand why they should hire you instead of somebody else. Making sure that your website is up to date and it includes vital information. Mobilize your network all the time. Don't forget to join networking events and work with existing clients and their referrals. Sometimes you may be able to cross-sell to current clients. Create a project package from previous clients, so they may want something in the future. Ask clients to give you public testimonials on pages like LinkedIn, and make sure that you have your name in professional directories. Every week, you should spend a few hours doing the following. Go to job boards and find companies that they need your services. Go to social media and contribute to discussions so you are visible. Make sure that you have a gig economy sites and sell your services or volunteer. Use Slack and Reddit to answer questions. Join in a co-working space where you're going to meet people who may need your services or people in the sector finding out more about how the sector operates. Use websites like Quora, answering questions, adding value to the website, but also making sure that you are visible to a big audience. Make sure that you go on Twitter or other media and finding out potential opportunities there, and be helpful with your interactions so people will appreciate your contributions. Long-term investment in order to increase your clients, you make sure that you're part of an agency or affiliate program. Make sure that you write case studies that you have publicly available so people can associate themselves with these case studies and hire you in the future. Make sure that you have strategic partnerships where there is a mutual benefit for you and them. Make sure that you have guest posts or publications which you offer for free to social networks. Experiment with paid media, providing paid services, using podcasts, writing a book or a brochure or anything that you can promote your services. Create some opportunities for you to speak to people that boost your credibility, like what I'm doing right now. This is a public speech which is on freelancing and could be used for me to promote my services in the future. Create some business cards and personal paraphernalia that will help you to promote yourselves in a stunning way. It's very interesting on how you can actually operate. I mean, your business card should be in a digital format. I'm just trying to locate mine at the moment, so it's very interesting to see how you can actually have a variety of business cards that you can work with. So if you bear with me, there you have. So basically, I can compare right now my old-fashioned card. Let me see whether I can be able to show this. So this is very, very important in the digital world. So basically, you can actually have, that's the bad with the virtual background. So this is my old-fashioned paper version card where I have with my RFID digital card. So you can actually see the difference, like old-fashioned, very boring, text-based, as much information as possible. Now here, all you need is my name and my photo, and you can actually put it next to your phone, and immediately you can download all my contact details. But I'm an old-fashioned guy as well, so I still have my details there, and a little bit of old-fashioned technology here, but it's still being used. QR code, they can scan the QR code and they can get all the information. So here, rather limited with the website. Here you have all the contact details, all my social media are there. Okay, so some evident advantages of freelancing. You have freedom of clients. So you can choose whichever client you want. You can control your workload. You can have an adjustable lifestyle. You can work whenever you want, what different times you can have a break whenever required. You have independence, so you can work alone and the most part of your contract. And of course, you can actually have exposure or different experiences, different kind of projects. Here we can see the pros and the cons of freelancing. So as I mentioned before, you have the flexibility, you can have your own schedule, you have freedom. A lot of people will say, we don't want to have a boss, we don't want somebody to tell us what to do. We want to do the job as we like based on the requirements. So instead of having a line manager, you have a client, but still this is important to align to their expectations, and you have so much potential. The negative aspects, of course, you have to juggle different clients and prioritize. You don't have any benefits or insurance, and you may have inconsistent income. And that brings us to our risks. You need to consider taxation, different types of self-employment taxations there. You will not have benefits. So if something happens to you, you need to have sufficient insurance in place. Work can be sporadic. In other words, nobody guarantees that there will always be work. You may go for months without work, while at the same time, several contracts arrive and you cannot take parallel contracts. So if you try to do that, you may be overstressed. You have the ultimate responsibility of everything, running your own business. You can lead to cash flow issues, especially if you do not save, you do not have contingency, you do not have some safety net for rough times. And of course, you may get the feeling of isolation. You're going to be by yourself most of the time working, unless you can actually exploit the opportunities of co-working environments. I have done a collection of slides of freelancing problems and issues from different areas. How do you find enough work? When is your next contract? Friends and family may take you for granted and they will ask you to do things without expecting to pay you. That's bad. You need to be able to say no. Sometimes you may feel that you want to be a jack of all trades in order to get a contract that you will actually be able to do different things. That's not good. You need to specialize if you can afford to do that. If you don't want to be lonely, look this environment where you can see other people working. Dealing with difficult clients, because you're going to be by yourself, so you have to have these personality skills. Filing taxes, managing an irregular income, some of the main problems. You need to make sure that your cash flow is always healthy. You need to make sure that you can survive if you're not paid on time. You need to make sure that you have interim payments because your client may go bust before you're paid in full. Make sure that your work is not dried up. That's the stressful thing. You need to make sure that you're considering the next project before the previous projects end. God knows what's going to happen if you become ill, if you don't have health insurance, so you have to have sufficient measures in place. If you have a nightmare client, it may take most of your time and may affect the way the availability you have for your other clients. Tax bills, they need to be paid on time. Make sure that you have sufficient number of contacts. So if your main contact leaves, you have somebody else you can talk to. What happens if you should buy a client? Make sure if things go wrong, you have sufficient insurance in place. Don't overdo it with working long hours because your work-life balance may be a problem because you're going to be burnt out, cannot go. And then you may have clients who are not happy with your work. So you have to be openly communicating with them, make sure you get feedback. And at the end of the day, if you fall out of love with freelancing, what happens then? Do you have somewhere to go back to? Clients may give you vague requests. Clients may require so much micromanagement that will affect the available time you have to do the actual job. Clients may be unreliable. They may be low on payment or late in payment. A very interesting freelancing challenges survey in 2020, it started in 2018 and then 2020, identifying some kind of challenges which most people were considered about. Landing clients, where to get the next contract, work-life balance, 35%. A lot of people were missing out on family time. False self-employment, so basically people not realizing that whether it's self-employment or whether the contract they have is actually a subcontracting contract. How to get more money, how to remain productive, especially when there's nobody there to manage you. Accounting, the accounting and finance. being able to afford health insurance that gives good perks, and how to project manage. So these are some of the freelancing challenges. You can do some very silly mistakes if you're not experienced. You may not ask enough money. You are comfortable with existing clients, not looking for new ones. You have no savings to help you to wait for the next contract. People criticizing, and you are not able to take it gracefully and be able to produce according to what their expectations are. You need to be very comfortable with criticism and not show that you regard it as a criticism. This should be regarded as feedback, helping you to establish better performance. You're never not available. You need to be able to say no, because otherwise people will think either too desperate for work or there are no boundaries. You need to establish boundaries. You need to learn new things. You need to make sure that you have strong contracts and actual contracts, and you need to make sure that you keep in touch with your contacts in order to get the next gigs. When you don't get gigs, if your profile is incomplete, not enough information is there, you're applying for the wrong jobs. You're either overselling or underselling yourself. So people think that you're not important, or you are too good to be true. You keep sending too many applications for people who think that you're desperate, trying to be jack of all trades. When you're looking for a job as a freelancer, you cannot take it easy. It's a full-time job. Your day should be full of doing your job, your current job, and looking for more contacts. And you need to make sure that you're marketing yourself in a right way. This is a very interesting case study from the Harvard Business Review. In this particular case, an organization allowed one of their key employees to resign, become a freelancer, and then they hired them back. That backfired because more and more people wanted to do the same, but they did not have what it takes to be freelancers. So it's quite interesting to see, if you are in a business and you want to be a freelancer in the future, do not consider that automatically will say, this is excellent, we'll do it. So what next? This is an important thing. First of all, I'm going to show you 3 websites, and after these 3 slides, I will show you our strategic partnership projects and why they're important. So freelancer.com, it's a nice website where you can actually put your profile and people will look for you. Upwork.com, another one. So basically you can see people can browse talent by category like development, IT, design and creative, sales and marketing. So you can see here. And then we have Fiverr.com. Actually, I have used Fiverr. I found somebody who did some very engaging videos from them. It says you can find people for £5. The rate was £250 for some videos. So it's not really a Fiverr, but actually it gives you an idea. It all started as a concept like what can I do for $5, £5? Somebody can say, I can read a page for you. I can pretend to be your customer services. Now, these are some useful resources. I'm going to start another slide in a minute, but this is important because I want you to understand what I'm sharing here, because this is free access links available in the following slide. So get ready to take screenshots, get ready to copy paste some of the links, but I can put them also in the chat. Our skills match project is it's an example of how you can assess your current competencies. We have another project which is sharing my learning. It's primarily for students where they share their learning, and it gives you an understanding how you can share what you can do to others. I like it too. It shows how you can be a part of the collaborative learning community, and CarCraft shows an example of how subcontracting works in IT. So in a minute, I'm going to stop this presentation. I'm going to explain more about these useful resources. On this slide, so Kajal, if you can do one for it. I will go through these slides in a different presentation in a minute, but I'd really like you to understand that these are our project websites. So I'm pausing here for a minute. You can take a screenshot of how you can actually get these resources. They're free. The next part is the sharing my learning project. And again, these are free resources. I will explain each one of them in a second. Then third project is the I Like It Too project on collaborative learning platforms. And the final project is the CarCraft, and I will explain more. So in this presentation so far, we talked about course entry, career freelancing, how to set up a freelancing business, running a freelancing business, the benefits and the risks, and what we need to do next. I will pause here for a minute so you can, if you have any questions, so you can check my email. I'm gonna stop sharing then, and I'm gonna start my next presentation, which also has my slides.
Thank you, George. Thank you for interesting presentation.
I have not
we can open questions.
I have not finished.
You're hearing?
Sorry.
You're hearing me, George?
I can hear you. I am finishing in one. I need 2 more minutes. I think I have 2 more minutes. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So let me explain. Skills match. So, for example, if you go to Digital Skills Match ANNU, a lot of people, I don't know how many of you are in education. This is a project website that we developed, and it can help you to assess your digital skills. So by doing this, you can actually check your digital skills, and you can actually improve your skills by following a Middlesex University free course. As a matter of fact, if you want, you can search for Skills Match on our social media page on Facebook. You can follow it, and you can. It takes less than 4 or 5 minutes, and it helps you to understand if you have the right skills for assessing people and so on. The very interesting thing about this is by using this framework, not only you reflect on yourself, but also you can find the right courses to upskill yourself. So there are similar tools out there, but that gives you an idea. So as a freelancer, you need to all the time assess yourself, evaluate yourself, and find resources. Sharing my learning. You can visit that website. We're also on Facebook. If you want, we can give you access so you can actually share evidence of how you have learned certain things and you can help others. This is the way that in a similar way, you can use social networks in order to share your skills with others and explain to them what you can do for them. So this is advertising services. The third website, which is the third project, is I Like It Too. This is how you can actually use platforms to do freelancing presentations, freelancing teaching, freelancing support in education. So that gives you another example of how we can actually build tools of sharing our services. The last example, which I hope you find interesting, this is a CarCraft project on a gamification. So what we did is we created a Minecraft world for students who can learn how to fix a car engine. This is a typical example of a subcontractor. So a project like this, you do not need to develop this in-house. In this particular case, our partner created a virtual world. So this is an example where you could actually hire a developer to do the world, and you are actually selling the world on others. So this is a typical example of how you can actually have a different kind of subcontracting activity. So please keep in mind, if you need any information, I'm available, and this is my email again. And now I finished. If you have any questions or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's my email again. Okay, anything else? Any questions, guys?
It seems no questions, George. Then we keep in touch, and please, George, send to us your presentation, because some of our colleagues, they have a lecture and they're not joined.
That is fine. I will pass the presentation, and of course I will send the links for the quality evaluation as well.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Then again, thank you. And for today, our colleague, we finished the presentations for today, and see you tomorrow. And thank you, George, again. And not forget to send your presentation, please. And we keep in touch. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.